Hey, what's going on, folks? People. It's James from My Take on Reality, and I'm with
Jenny from Senior Perspective.
All right. And today, guess what, guys? We're going to be talking about delving back into the book. We're going to be talking about Becoming Sister Wives, the book that was written by the OG3 plus ROBYN and Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they're all separate or anything. They're a package deal, I tell you. But we're going to get back into the book. We're going to talk about ROBYN's chapter of celebrity, and this is a hot mess chapter. So it's a hot mess chapter. It's the gift that keeps on giving. This is one of the things that, like, I like to bring receipts when I talk about these episodes and these situations, and this is what they call an embarrassment of riches. Like, it's almost every paragraph. What was your initial thought of the chapters or this chapter?
I felt like it was a dichotomy of complaining and being a victim and touting how popular she is.
Yes. And you know what? And I'll even add to that. I think that, like, not only was she touting being a victim and how popular she was, but there was also an element that this is a reflection for me. This was a reflection of what she did in the first chapter, where she was talking about how she was so brave and courageous and how she was titled She-Ra, and she had this alternate personality who was like the avenger of all polygamists out there. And she brought a lot of that energy into this chapter, where she basically talked about herself like she was, she was Moses or Dr. King or somebody.
Yeah.
Fighting a good fight for polygamists everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm making it cool. So, but when push comes down to shove, there was something I wanted to say about her chapter for the most part, like my overall feeling. Let me know what you think, and whether I'm being too cruel or unfair.
Okay.
I felt as though her chapter was basically two things. It was half truths and bold-faced lies. It's kind of that combination of the two. And I don't know. Like, I know there's so much inclination to be negative about ROBYN. So I just want to make sure that I'm being fair and I'm being even-handed. What were your thoughts on that?
No, you are spot on. It was very frustrating to read this. It's very funny. I was realizing after I was done going back through this chapter again and doing a little bit of notes here and there in the comments that most of these are just like really angry, frustrating comments at ROBYN, like she's listening to me while I'm writing them. And I'm like, that's not true. Liar. That's big. No, that's not what you said at the beginning of the book.
Right.
It'll be an interesting discussion because I tried to come with general concepts to discuss in general, but instead I was like frenetically just like screaming back at her the entire time I was reading the chapter.
Yeah, it's insane to me. Oh, let me leave that up for a second. It's insane to me because there's that feeling that she wants so desperately, and we'll get into this because I do think that there is a big indicator light just shining on me, saying this is why she is the way she is. Okay. But there is a point, like I had a revelation as I was reading it, but there's a point that as I'm reading it, that you have to know that consistency is key. As you're going through this chapter in this book, you're looking at this thing and you start out one way and then you try to turn it to something else. This is like if you're a fan of a TV series, every TV series or every show, especially fantasy shows like the Marvel and the comic book stuff, each one of those characters has certain rules and they establish their rules. And one of my pet peeves, if I'm watching a movie and you're asking me to suspend my information, my intellect, my critical thinking, you're asking me to suspend those things and trust you.
Yeah.
Is when you set out your rules and then you break your own rules.
Mm-hmm.
Vampires can't go out in the sunlight. Then all of a sudden, vampires are twinkling like crystal balls. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like it's just stuff like that. Like if you have rules, they're the most ruthless killers ever. But they just love baby deer and they walk through the park for romantic evenings and trisks. Like it's just weird to you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
those rules, and that's what she does in the book. Like she sets up rules or she sets up guidelines or she makes statements where it's this way. And
Yeah.
then halfway through the book, she says it's a different way. And then
Mm-hmm.
in the last chapter that she has, which is this chapter here, she's like, it's a totally different way.
Yeah.
And then she comes back and complains that we don't understand her.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's your fault. You did it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like she's not smart enough when she wrote this to realize that people might just read the whole book.
Right.
Like, well, clearly, I mean, I've never read a book cover to cover. Nobody's going to read the whole thing. So I'll just address this here and make myself look like this. Or I don't know, maybe she had a stiff drink one night and decided to go in a whole different direction. And so we're writing something else. But yeah, she is all over the place. And it's very frustrating because on the show, you just sit there and watch it going lies. That's a lie. No, lies. And so now we're sitting here. She took the time to put things in print that are lies.
Mhm.
It's like,
Right.
and then doesn't understand why nobody likes her.
Well, you know what it's like for me? This is the equivalent of a bad politician who just comes out and they realize who they're talking in front of and they present the one side of an issue. And then when they go talk to somebody else across town, they're on the other side of that same issue. So they contradict themselves and you can't walk on both sides of the streets. And again, if ROBYN or anybody close to ROBYN ever listens to this, this is part of the reason why so many of the fan base don't connect with her. Because if you say you're one way, people get a funny thing, and I'll say this, well, point blank. People are funny because people can accept a lot of things about people, other folks. They can accept the fact that you have 3 or 4 wives. They might even be able to accept the fact that you're a cheater or you cheat on your wife or whatever the case may be. But the one thing they can't accept is hypocrisy and deception. They can't accept the fact that you criticize people for being one thing and you are that thing.
Yeah.
Or you say you're one way and then you present yourself as another way. Nobody likes the preacher who condemns everybody to hell, but you find out he's at the booty back clapping club Friday and Saturday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Watching ladies pull zippers, and then on Sunday he's talking about everybody going to hell because the women their skirts aren't over their knee by 3 inches.
Right.
Like nobody wants to hear that guy.
Right.
I can accept a lot of stuff, but I just can't accept that hypocrisy.
And she's full of it. She is full of it. You know what? This whole book, I just kept flipping back and forth between, is she that dumb or is she a liar? In this situation, is she just really stupid? Does she not get it? Or is she a liar? And I do the same thing on the show. And quite frankly, I don't think I have a set answer. I don't know if it's just like a little bit of this and a little bit of that makes up ROBYN when you just mix it all together, because it's really hard to sink my teeth into it and get a grasp on it. It's so frustrating. She's so frustrating.
Right. You know, the crazy part is when you look at somebody as a normal person, when you look at somebody and you have to ask yourself the question, are they a liar or are they crazy? Like either way, it's not good for you. Like if anybody ever has to ask, I don't know which I prefer. I prefer you to be crazy or an insane or just a lying person that can't be trusted. Because like you said, with some of it, I don't know whether she tells these stories. You listen to her, especially when they're like real committed to it. Yeah. Like, does she really believe this? Yeah. Like, does she knows we saw like the counseling thing where she went to the counselor and then she comes back and like, I never took a counseling test. We watched you take the test. I'm not crazy.
On film.
Yeah, I saw you do it. Like I'm not even trusting. Like, oh, you guys just believe Christine because you like her so much. No, I
Mm-mm.
watched you do it. Like, what are you
Mm-hmm.
talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
And for her to not understand at all how, so the book was written after the first season. And so this is a chapter where she does her whining and complaining and victimhood of not understanding why nobody seems to like her, how she's so misunderstood. Like, no, no, no,
Right.
no. We watched it and we're just responding to what we saw.
Yeah, yeah. And that's also a pet peeve of mine when people assume that you don't understand because you didn't like something. Like, oh,
Right.
you don't like it because you don't understand it. No, I understood it. I
Mhm.
get what you said. I saw you do it. I understand what happened. I can cognitively connect the dots. I'm
Mhm.
just saying that what you did was wrong. Oh, you don't understand it. Like, oh no, I understand.
Yeah. She really thought that this was her breakout role. She thought that
Oh yeah.
everyone was going to love her, that they were just going to think, here's the sweet, young, relatable, pretty little new wife coming into this, and people are just going to think she's a breath of fresh air. So she didn't really try this whole time. I mean, she at the beginning she was always acting. She was just sort of like always on. But I don't think she really truly understood who she is, how she comes
Mm,
across, how people perceive her in her regular life. So
right.
she's just being normal Robin, and it's getting put on film, and Cody's oblivious to all of it. The wives are all brainwashed into, yes, sir, and this is the way that we believe, and so it's all going to be okay. And if we don't like it, then we're wrong and we're selfish, and we have growth we need to do. So she has no one speaking against her. The only one that really spoke against her was her husband when he left.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. There's a story I'd like to hear too, because that took 2 years to have that divorce. And again, I mean, I guess it was a matter of fighting over who gets all the debt, because certainly there weren't assets during that time to
Right.
divide up. So, yeah, so she's completely clueless. So now she gets her first taste in life of you're not all that. And the way you speak
Mhm.
to people is not that great. And the way you think about yourself is not how others are perceiving you. So pull it back, Robin. Have some
Right.
introspection, just a little bit, and look at yourself. I don't think she's even watched any of the episodes. And again, now this goes back into that narcissistic territory that we talked about before. I don't think all these seasons, we know they all watched them together at the beginning as a family, because that's what the kids said,
Right.
until there started to be some couch interviews a couple seasons in that the parents thought, yeah, the kids don't need to be seeing this anymore. So then the kids stopped watching it. But the parents still did. Parents still
Mhm.
did, because they were also live blogging at the same time that the shows were going on initially,
Right.
until people reacted to the things Robin was saying and doing on the film and the comments that she was making on social media as well, and she just can't understand it. She just used to, I mean, if that were me, if like all of a sudden I posted a video and it's all negative feedback afterwards. Well, you're so off base. You don't know what you're talking about. You're this. Say, what are you talking about? You're so arrogant. You're so, I would probably rewatch that video 100 times, because if I put it out, I obviously didn't think that that's what, I mean, that wasn't my intent to portray it. But
Right.
clearly,
Right.
if this many people are saying, boy, you're a horrible person, I would sit and really reflect and analyze. I'd probably take it to people who I really trusted and said, I can't see what they're seeing. Point it out
Right.
to me. Like, because I don't want to be that person. I don't think that ever happened in her life. I think she's still from the very beginning, when she wrote this book right after season 1 aired, and she thought she was going to be the belle of the ball, and all the negative feedback came from that point until now. I still think she's in the same denial that nobody in America understands her.
Right. Right. Well, you know what she reminds me of? Because I've had a few friends, people I associated with. I had a few friendly associates that were in similar situations, to the fact that, and what I'm talking about specifically is they were really good looking people. And like it or not, people who are, easy on the eyes, as we used to say back in the day, people who are very easy on the eyes have a different life than people who actually have to build character and other attributes in order to be liked. Like they, when you don't have to deal with certain situations or certain circumstances, you don't callous yourself to life's pitfalls. So when people criticize you or people disagree with you or people don't like you, they don't understand it and they have a harder time understanding why people don't like them. Because normally they come into a room and because they're so attractive or they're so charismatic, everybody is drawn to them. Everybody wants to be their friend. So when somebody gives them some pushback, they don't know how to handle it. Because normally I tell these jokes, everybody laughs.
Yeah.
But when people can't, when people aren't attracted to you or they don't want that thing from you or whatever, then all of a sudden the jokes you tell don't land the same way. They're not funny because they're not creative. They're not, broadly intelligent jokes. They're just kind of, you're cute, so I'm going to laugh at your jokes. That kind of thing. And I think that's the kind of energy I got from her when she came onto the show, that she thought she was the one that Cody is so enamored with her. Cody is so amazed by her and he's pushing her so hard that she's going into this thing like, okay, well, everybody else is going to see how wonderful I am. They're going to have the Cody experience once I get on the film. And then when America sees what she puts out and they don't like it, then all of a sudden she doesn't know how to handle it. Yeah. And she falls back into her old thing.
Yeah. She had no clue how to handle this. You can tell from this chapter that she was just floored and angry, really. Angry at the public for misunderstanding her because she's great. And nobody is seeing how great she is. And it's very, very frustrating to the point that she becomes like the producer on the show, starts telling the producer, be careful about certain topics. Like, don't put this on because I have enough people who hate me. We don't need more people to hate me. Like ROBYN, the producer, just like at the beginning of the book. What was she the other thing? She was a producer on. She told them, the wedding. They were going to have the wedding be the opening episode. And she told them, no. People won't like me if it starts that way. Start with the family and then have me come in. Well, you know what? Quite frankly, if it would have started with the wedding, I think it would have been way better for ROBYN. Because we wouldn't have had this core family established first. So she bit herself in the foot over that one. Bit herself in the foot. She bit the hand that bit, but she what's the phrase I'm looking for? I'm doing a Codyism.
Right. She bit the hand and fed her.
She bit the hand that fed her.
Yeah. But I think that when she said that, she thought it sounded way cooler than it actually is. Because like you said, that was a huge mistake. You don't want to have her coming in because what she did was she did family interrupted by coming into the family that was already established. And it's not like they had only been married for like 4 or 5 years or 3 years. And then she's adding into the family. This is a family that had been together for 10, 15 years already. And then she comes into the family 15 years. I couldn't imagine going to my wife and saying, like, after 15, 20 years, we're like, yeah, girl, I think we need to go out and open this marriage up. Like, that's how it started. What are you talking about? Like, we were, you know what I mean? We coasting, and then all of a sudden you come in and throw a bomb in a relationship. You're gonna blow your relationship up. And that's what people saw, because most people understand that whether your relationship is wonderful or not, it is what it is. And you learn to deal with your relationship the way you deal with your relationship. And so when you have somebody come in and your relationship is flowing the way it's flowing, good, bad, and different, and everybody is getting along and everything seems fine, and you have somebody new come in, that new person is going to upset the apple cart. And they're going to twist everything up. And that's what we saw. If she would have did it in the first episode, to expound upon your point, had she come in on the first episode and they were married, then that's the family structure. That's the family dynamic. That, again, that sets the rules of what this family is about. The TV show.
And we don't know any better.
Right.
Like, that's present. Here's the family. And then if the wives don't like ROBYN, well, what's wrong with Robyn? You know, like she would have gotten so much sympathy. Yeah. But instead, they're like, okay, for the past 15 years, this is how it's been, and this is how it's structured, and this is who does what, and here's our kids. And then, oh, Cody has a new girlfriend that he's courting. And we're sort of like, what? What do you mean? No, it's all working fine. What are you talking about? A new person here. So like right from the get-go, I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I like this.
Right. And it doesn't help when you have wives. And this is part of the reason why I think that Christine and some of the other wives had such a rivalry with Robyn and weren't accepted by Robyn. And even Cody held a grudge against them. Because even earlier on in the first episode, Christine sat on the couch and said that I feel like I'm losing my friend. I feel like this is going to destroy our family. Yeah. That, again, sets the tone. That sets the rules for what's going on. So that's, you know what I mean? Like that lets you know from the top. And maybe that wasn't. And the funny thing is, when they talk about editing, this is the power of editing, because that might have been a conversation that they had maybe 3 or 4 months into filming, but they put it in the first episode to set the tone. Because, like it or not, that's how reality show stars are cast into these programs, because the reality people, the producers, go through their questionnaire and they find your weaknesses and they realize that there are certain storylines that will be exploitable based on the information that you provide. So they knew when they talked to him, and they knew by listening to him, that this relationship is going to explode. That's what we want to see on TV. You know, and I still stand on the if you wanted to see a more successful, maybe not completely healthy, but certainly a more successful polygamous relationship, they would have stuck with the My Five Wives, Brady Johnson. Yeah. Brady from My Five Wives. They would have stuck with that family. If you want to see a guy who actually cared about his wives, you would have stuck with that show as opposed to going with the Brown family.
Yeah. And they completely left the faith, and they're still all together. Those wives and Brady. That family is still together, even though they're completely out of the AUB church. They were actually out of the AUB church even before the filming began, and they were, and they already looked like a more cohesive unit. So like they really truly put family first, which is how Robyn ends her chapter. Like, oh, I just realized that family is most important and family first. And I mean, really, it's the mantra they've all been shouting ever since the beginning. But they don't show it, and they kind of admit that a lot of them don't like each other. You know, like as time goes on, you see all the cracks. Whereas the My Five Wives, they're all still together. There's no cameras. There's no faith holding them together. They could leave. Only one of them's legally married to him, but the other 4 are all still there, and they're all still a tight unit. And it was a whole different vibe. You could see they care. Were they besties? No. And I don't think you can be. Like, I think that's really, it's wrong to think that that's what it's supposed to be. Like, you shouldn't aspire for your best friend to be sleeping with your husband. Like, it needs to be somebody who you can kind of keep at arm's length, that you don't have that kind of emotional connection to, so that you don't drive yourself mad and crazy with jealousy all the time. But it needs to be somebody that you enjoy being around, and that you trust, obviously, with your kids, which I think they all trusted each other with the kid. Well, I don't know. Robyn didn't trust anybody with her kids. I mean, she's a side liar in this conversation. But the other wives all trusted, but they tolerated each other is really what it came down to. They really just tolerated each other. Whereas in Brady and his 5 wives, you can tell that those wives really did like each other. And when one was down, they rallied together and like, what can we do to support her? How can we help out with her kids? How can we see? That's the stuff we never saw with the Brown family. We never saw when somebody was down and out that they're like, make sure the kids come over here. I'm going to make sure this is covered. Don't you worry about this. That, you know, like there wasn't that scrambling that you would expect in a polygamous family, and that I think a lot of polygamous families actually do have. I mean, I follow the one guy, I can't think of his name, and his wife, and he's ex-FLDS, and he said that's, even though he's FLDS, he said that is how his family was. It was very different, even though he's down the lineage of Warren Jeffs, but he said that his family was very much, when one was in strife, they all went running. He had a whole bunch of brothers, and they were in a car accident once and in a hospital in another state. And he's like, round the clock, all the brothers just kept coming and going, like sitting vigil and being there. So they always had a family member there and all that. And like Cody felt like it was an inconvenience to go see Truly when she was in the hospital. It definitely was an inconvenience to go with Isabel. Like there wasn't that, let me take the rest of your kids, let me do this for you. It's a whole different thing. So the whole mantra,
well, they live more, the Brown family live more separate, but with the Modified Wives, like they did have episodes where there were struggles as far as jealousy and who was getting time and how much time were they getting and that kind of thing. So they did have some of those elements, but they seemed like they were genuinely more of a family.
Yeah.
And I think
They
a lot of that has to do,
They
right, but I think
the show showed that. Yeah.
right, but I think a lot of that has to do with Brady and the person
Yeah.
who is and unfortunately, and this is the part that I think a lot of people have issues when it comes to polygamy, who are on the outside looking in, is that the family structure is dictated not by the agreements of all participants involved in the marriage or relationship, but the family structure is dictated by one person. And so if you have a guy like Cody, who the family is all about me, then you have the dysfunction of the Brown family. Whereas if you have somebody who is a lot more benevolent and says, I want to make sure that my followers are being respected, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then you have a family more like Brady's family. But it's not set in stone. So the families would vary widely and greatly depending on who is in charge of the family. And I don't think that that's necessarily a positive either, net positive either, because your life shouldn't be dependent on the whims of somebody else. And in the words of some trad wives who are, some of the trad wives, that whole thing has reached some kind of a crescendo in popularity, which is a movement out of Utah where they talk about like ladies staying at home and pretending like they're 1950s movie starlets, just sitting around baking cookies and dressing like they're in the 1950s, doing cosplay and Leave It to Beaver's mom.
Yeah.
What they talk about is one of the people who left that lifestyle. What she talked about is my lifestyle shouldn't depend on whether you love me or not. And so me being able to feed my kids, put a roof over my head, take care of myself shouldn't depend on whether you find me attractive. And I agree with that. Like, because that's such a flash in the pan thing. But let me get to this super chat. We have a super chat from Hollywood Dell Podcast, down 99 super chat. Robyn came in imposing herself on the family. And I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
I think we both said before that she came in trying to change the culture, or she came into the Brown family culture, wanted to erase the Brown family culture and impose her own culture. So it's the Robyn Cody culture on the family.
Which she did a lot of times. She got them all to go to public school. She got them all to celebrate Christmas. There were a lot of things. She came in just like Hollywood Deli Podcast said, came in and not a thing. I saw somebody just said my name in the chat. It just threw me off. Lynn Skinner, it's your fault. She came in and she made changes. I think she was very sneaky about it all. And I think she did a lot of it through Cody. Like I just recently saw the clip the other day and I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to save this clip. I'm going to have to talk about this another time. And it was when Cody was saying, well, now that, Robyn's in the family, we just thought it would be good to have all the kids together on this move and all go to public school.
Right.
Actually, he didn't even say we thought. He said, I thought. Well, he didn't think that. He didn't think that for a second. This is the way he's been raising his kids all these years. They're either homeschooled or in the AUB church school. And that's where they have been attending all this time. But now all of a sudden, Robyn, whose kids were in public school, come into the picture. And she obviously did not want homeschooling or the AUB school further. So now all the kids are going to go to public school. And Cody claims that it was his idea. I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe
Right.
it 1 second.
Well, because even with that, I kind of get the feeling that a lot of the wives made a lot of those decisions for the children anyway. So it might have been a surprise to them that all of a sudden he's taking an interest in where they go to school. So
Mhm.
it might have been a conversation that they normally didn't even have as
Mhm.
far as like where the kids were going to school. All of a sudden he comes in with a lot of opinion. But let me give Hollywood Deli Podcast. There you go. And thank you so much, Hollywood. Appreciate you, Hollywood. Um, so as we get into the book, let's get into this book. The room is loaded up. Upbringing. One of the things that struck me in the first sentence, actually, the first paragraph, where she started talking about the upbringing of led her to believe uh, the way she describes how she was brought up. It leads the reader to believe that she was actually raised as a polygamist. She from
Right.
a family, a long line of polygamous family. When in essence, what she says is, when I was in middle school and high school, uh, none of my friends knew about my religion. I am the child of my father's second wife.
Mm.
And that legally and publicly, he couldn't acknowledge me as his daughter. Now that gave me the impression, if you first read it without understanding her history, it would give you the impression that her dad is actually her mom is her dad's second wife.
Mhm.
In fact, that's her stepfather. She didn't meet
Right.
him until she was 9 years old,
Mhm.
where her mom divorced her father. And like Robyn in the show, her mom had taken her away and put her on to another man that she
Mm.
married. And that person adopted Robyn. That's where she gets the last name Sullivan. Her name, I think, was Mark before. So when they go to the real estate person for financing, the person who was dealing with the mortgage or trying to fix her credit say, yeah, you had like 4 or 5 names. That's
Mhm.
why she had 4 or 5 names, because she had her first name that came from her mom's first marriage. She had
Mhm.
her adoptive father, her stepfather's name.
Mhm.
Then she took on her married name, her married surname. Then she took on her Brown, like the Brown family name.
Yeah.
So like she had 4 or 5 names, and that's why they couldn't track down her identity. But
She had all those names, but I'm wondering, unless she changed it twice, which she could have, but I'm not certain. You know what? I've heard that too, that he adopted her. But I think, y'all in the chat, y'all know, I think that she changed her name to Sullivan after the divorce. Like she didn't want to go back to the Merrick or whatever her original name was.
mhm.
So she went and she took Sullivan. She made Sullivan her name. I'm not certain if he ever officially adopted. So you guys let me know if he did. I
Right.
had that question. I don't know. That's a good.
Well, because here's the thing,
Did she
like
ever
it,
say, well, it doesn't matter if she said he adopted her because it wouldn't, that'd be
right.
meaningless anyway, just like he married her mom. He never married her mom either. So the whole, but I don't know if he ever, or if she legally changed her name, but he didn't adopt her. She just changed her name to Sullivan
Well,
to be Sullivan.
because the whole thing is that it would make more sense that if she had Mark going into her adulthood, married Mark as a Mark, then became a Jessup. Then
Mhm.
once you get divorced, you change your name to Sullivan.
Yeah.
Then you change your name to Brown. It
Yeah.
would make more sense from the financial end, because that would explain how she would have credit in each one of those names.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
her name earlier, then
Mm-hmm.
she wouldn't have, like, you wouldn't have credit under Mark because
Mm-hmm.
you were only 9 or 10 years old when that happened.
Right.
But if you change your name at 20, 30 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and that whole time you're picking up credit, then you get married, then you have credit with your husband, and
Yeah.
then you get a divorce, then you have credit because you have to get a house, you have to do all these things under Sullivan,
Mm-hmm.
and the debt that you had under Jessup gets transferred over to Sullivan because that's your new name now. And
Mm-hmm.
so that there would be more of a paper trail if she
Mm-hmm.
did it that way.
Yeah.
So that would make more sense to me.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the way it went down. But she's so sneaky about timelines and name and everything. And really, we didn't
Mhm.
even know about all the names until it came out on the show, which I'm sure she was mortified by when that
Right.
happened on the show. I'm like, oh, this is juicy. Excuse me, what? How many names do you have? But that makes sense. But it's interesting though because she has made the claim that one, it's her father, but then she said he adopted her. I don't think he adopted her. I don't even think she changed her name. Like, I don't think any
Mhm.
of that was ever true. I think, which is what made me so angry about the opening paragraph in this book, because again, I was just like, lies, lies. How is it that all your friends, that you had to hide the fact that everything was so weird and unusual? You're a kid of a divorced family and your dad's
Right.
never around. That is like, they're a dime a dozen in America. I don't understand.
Right.
There
Right.
was nothing you really needed to hide. And if all of a sudden he's in town, well, oh, daddy's here.
Mm.
Fake daddy, nobody knew that. That's what she was really hiding, the fact that he wasn't her father. But she was calling him dad. That's fine. Okay, fine. She was young at the time. She can refer to him as dad if she wants. But there wasn't a polygamous situation going on
Right.
here. And
Right.
so
Well, that's the
yeah.
well, because that's what I was saying. That's the image that she tried to paint towards the audience who's reading the book, is that she
Mhm.
grew up in this polygamous situation when clearly it wasn't. Because not only did she not have that tied relationship, because she said that the story that she gives, like just to go into the book, she says that this was a difficult time. Was it? I'm a child of my father's second wife, which meant that legally and publicly he couldn't acknowledge me as his daughter. This was difficult at times and hard for a young child to understand. I remember when I was about 10. I remember when I was about 10. That's an important age. I
Mhm.
remember when I was about 10 being at a park with my father and my mother and my full biological siblings. When my father noticed one of his work colleagues approaching us, he walked away from my mother, my brothers and sisters, and me. He acted as if he didn't know us. Of course, I knew that he was doing this out of necessity. He wanted to protect us and his job. Nevertheless, it hurt me terribly.
Mhm.
Like you said, if he was, this was her mom's second marriage or relationship or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
She's a divorcee. You're there with your siblings
Mhm.
from the marriage that your mother is no longer a part of. This
Mhm.
is just a guy that your mom is dating.
Mhm.
And the fact that if you're 9, when you first are introduced to him or your mom first marries him, I'll give you married him. Like you knew him a little bit before, but you're 9 years old. This is only maybe a year after that.
Mhm.
So in a year, you feel the depth and breadth of what it's like to be a part of a polygamous family. You feel that rejection from a man who you've known only a year. And
Mhm.
that would give me pause. Like even with watching a Brown family, one of the creepiest things for me watching a Brown family was the insistence that, after only knowing Cody for such a short amount of time, she insisted that her kids call him dad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that bothers me. Like if whether
Mhm.
you get along with your ex-husband, whether he's a shit dad or not, for you
Mhm.
to rush another man into that role,
Mhm.
especially when he doesn't have that role, you're gifting him that title and that role, and you don't even really know him. I have an issue with that.
Yeah. 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 When they were 9, full biological children. This whole thing is, I was just angry. That's all I can say. I was so
Yeah.
angry when I was reading this because he's this man who they barely know is hanging around. The other thing I wrote here is, Okay, so let's just play along. We'll just say that she saw him as, of course, she didn't say his biological children. She just said her biological siblings, which are all from daddy
Right.
number one. All right, so from daddy number one who leaves, now all of a sudden this new man is suddenly in the picture, and she's distraught over the situation that he had to pretend like he didn't know them. So he had to pretend like he was there by himself in a park. There's a man at a park who is, what's worse?
Right.
This
Right.
is a
Right.
woman who I'm dating who happens to have a few kids, or I just came here all by myself just to hang out around the playground. It's
Right.
just like,
I'm a middle-aged man who like hanging out
yeah,
at the kids at the
I
swings, you
don't
know.
believe this story at all. And I
Right.
don't think she thought through the implications of the way she wrote it when she wrote it. Because I'm reading it going, that's horrible. That is so creepy. Like, do you think
Right.
that that's what her father would have preferred? That all these buddies of him thought he was just hanging out at this park by himself with all these children around? Oh, my lordy.
Right. Right. And then even then, the weird part about it is, from my understanding, Robin's mom and Robin and her mom and that family lived in a separate location than his first wife. So it's not like
Mhm.
they had these, you know, they were even in the same town. So
Right.
if he came into town and he's dating her mom,
Mm-hmm.
then like would people really know? Like, I understand the nearest donor. Like, you know, if you going to, you know, step out on your people, you don't do it in the same town you live in, because you're just
Right.
going to run into them at the supermarket.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna be halfway down the aisle and you're gonna see your girlfriend while you
Uh-huh.
walking with your wife and your kids. Like, that's how that's gonna work. But if you're in a separate, like a different part of the state, and he's driving hours either way, like
Mm-hmm.
would he really be scared? Like, and why is he running into coworkers? Like, where is he working? So maybe it is part of the same town. You know,
Yeah,
bully
well,
for
I
him.
thought he in so this would be when they were still in St. George, and I believe he owned a couple properties in St. George. So
Mm,
I think that's why he kept coming back to St. George. Or maybe that's how he met her, when he happened to be in town taking care of the properties, because that was the house that Robin was living in before she moved to Lehigh, was one of his
oh,
rentals. She couldn't afford that house. So
right.
one of his rentals. So he had properties there. Now, what why he had properties there, like when he was there originally, like maybe he and wife number one were there originally and then they moved to Vegas, and I don't know that timeline and how that all fits into it. But I get the impression, especially from her saying that, it could be, after the new year before we ever celebrated Christmas. Well, if he were in town, there's no reason, unless wife number one never knew about wife number two in the family. That would be the only reason to be in the same town, and that dad couldn't come over on Christmas or on Christmas Eve or maybe the day after Christmas, that it would have to be after the new year. So
Right.
for her to say, like, growing up, there were times, and she said growing up during that. So it made it sound like she was young at the time. So again, this is like, it's like a Rubik's Cube to figure out Robin's stories
Right.
and her
Right.
life and try to put it together to make this puzzle fit. But it appears that at least the majority of the time, if not all the time, he was already down in Vegas. And so he was hours away from her and the family. Thus, they weren't really functioning as a polygamous family.
Right. Well, because even then, I would say there's a certain, you know, if you were doing like basic child custody, you know, or that type of division of time, I guess that's the only thing I can really latch on to. It
Mm-hmm.
normally would be, you know, as far as holidays would be concerned, it's either shared holidays or every other holiday.
Right.
So I would imagine that if you were, again, this goes back to the benevolence of the leader of the family. What is he comfortable with? So this is a decision that he made, that I'm going to spend every holiday with my first wife and my first wife's kids.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make more sense to me that if you did live in separate homes or in separate locations, you would do Thanksgiving at, you know, your first wife's house and Christmas at your second wife's house.
Mm-hmm.
or Robin's mom's house. You would
Mm-hmm.
do the next year, you would do Thanksgiving at her, the first wife's house, and do Christmas with Robin's mom's house. At minimum, that's what I would expect. So
Right.
that way they could feel like they're a part of a family. If you didn't bring the entire family unit together so that you could celebrate the holidays as one family.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I would think. But apparently, again, because I'm not a polygamist, and they'll say, that's why you don't understand, James. But
I
this
know.
is what would make sense to me. This is
Right.
what would make sense to me.
Yeah.
So that way you wouldn't have somebody like the one that gets famous
Mm-hmm.
is the one you neglected, and she gets to write a book and talk about how you
Yeah.
neglected her on the holidays.
Right.
You
But
know,
even at that, I could see them saying, okay, we're going to switch off Easter and Thanksgiving because they're more sub holidays in America, in our culture, than Christmas is. Like Christmas is
right,
such a significant, substantial day. Everything is closed. The programming on television is all Christmas. And so you don't have to be a Christian. Jews, everybody is celebrating Christmas around
right.
Christmas time. So because it's so significant, I just find it so hard to believe that he wouldn't take the time to make sure that that period of time during Christmas was equally divided. Okay, so we could split up. Christmas Day is going to be altered. I'm not going to be with you
Mhm.
Christmas Day. But for her to say that she didn't get Christmas till after the New Year, I don't know. Something just smells fishy about it. And then
Right.
I don't know. I didn't know what to make of this, James. So then she goes on to say, my mother would usually explain the presence of her sister wife by saying that she was my father's sister or his wife from a previous marriage who had remained amicable with the family. For the most part, people bought it.
Mhm.
I don't. So she implied that wife number one would be around often.
Right.
Like, this is all new information here, unless, and I'm 99% sure, but correct me if I'm wrong, we're pretty sure that husband number one didn't have any other wives, right?
The first, yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
so. I don't think
Her
so.
actual bio
That
dad
never
that
came out. Right.
she had for 9 years that she claims never exists, I guess, because she
Right.
just calls this one dad, which is right. You know what? In the back of my mind, I kept thinking she was 2 when he left, but she wasn't. She was like 7 or 9, wasn't she?
Right. Yeah, she was 9 years old, I
She
think,
was
when they got
9 years old.
divorced.
That is significant. She's almost in double digits. She's getting close to
Right.
her teenage years. And she has nothing to say about that first dad.
Well,
Nothing.
that's the thing. And I think that that's part of it. And that's what we saw on the show that was so disturbing for so many people. Um, because we watched on the show her basically eliminate her kid's natural father because she
Mhm,
wanted them to participate in the Brown family and be a member of Brown family and be Cody's kids. But the
mm,
truth of the matter is that whether you like it or not, consequences are consequences. You made children with this man; these are his kids, and
mhm,
so you can't erase them. But I will say that when you normalize things in your life, you see things, you do things, and things are happening around you. It becomes normalized, so you don't really take exception to it. But when somebody from the outside sees it, it's a totally different story. When it comes to Robin and her mom, when Robin was a kid, her mom divorced her father, totally excised her natural father from her life, Robin's
mhm,
natural father from her life, and introduced this new man as her dad.
mm,
And that was normalized. And then when she gets older, of course, if I divorce my husband, then he doesn't get custody, he doesn't get visitation. I control everything about that relationship, and I try to pawn my kids onto the next man that I date, and
mm,
that's completely normal.
mm,
Whereas somebody on the outside looks at it like me and says that that's completely ridiculous.
mhm,
That it's not appropriate because, like, even
mm,
with Robin being 9 years old, at 9 she remembers who her father is. She knows
mhm.
that this man isn't her dad,
Oh, yeah.
you know and it says a lot that because we oftentimes talk about, like, when the wives say that Cody was such a good father when the kids were young and now he's kind of changed. It kind of begs the question, sometimes people don't have the same standard of bare minimum. Like I've heard people say that before. Like I at least expect bare minimum. That could be the bare minimum of what you do. Not everybody's bare minimum is everybody's bare minimum. For instance, my lady, she would open the door or pull out a chair is the bare minimum that I could do. But for other people, they'd be like, "That's amazing," that's incredible.
That's
What I mean?
true.
Who does that? This is special, but that's the bare minimum. That you understand what I mean? Like it's not a nicety thing. It's just a bare minimum. It's what you do. And I think that being around your kids, asking for your kids, what he talks to his children. That's the bare minimum. That's amazing. He's so involved. Why? Because he knows all his kids' names. Like that's not involved.
Oh, this is the part where she goes on and starts talking about how she was at a public school too. And then her kids went to public school. And then on the show, it showed how Cody said, our kids are not going to go to public school. I decided. I just love that. I decided. Right. He wouldn't say we decided because he didn't confer with the other wives. He told the other wives. So he couldn't say we decided because it would have meant him and Robyn. So he had to say, I made that decision.
Right. It's on me.
Out of all times that you would want them to be in a smaller environment and more protected would probably be the time you're going public and out to the world. Let's keep our circle of friends and everything very small. Let's find, it doesn't have to be an AUB school. Let's find a very small Christian school that we talk to the administrators and they're like, yes, no, we understand. And it's fine. And we'll explain it to all the kids here and we'll be okay. This actually makes me think of, all you have to do is explain it. We had a pretty prominent, popular in the Cleveland area football player whose kids went to the public elementary school that my kids went to. And I remember the principal came and she went into each of the classrooms and she explained to them, this is, like daddy breakfast day or something. I don't know. It's something about bringing your dad to school day. And so he was going to be there to have lunch with his son. And the kids were all told, and I found out this afterwards. My kids told me when they came home, they're like, and I said, oh, did you get a chance to see him? Did you see him in the hallways? Because huge Cleveland Browns fan myself. Right. I'm like, do you need help on daddy lunch day? I serve the fries or something. Right. And so they were like, yeah, I saw him. And I said, did you say hi? And they said, no, because, Mrs. Vasquez came into our room and she told us that that's his daddy and that this is a special time for him and his daddy. So this isn't about football this time. And we're supposed to be with our daddies and spend the time with them. And, and she apparently did a really great job at it because my kids came back and decided to even say hello to him. Right. Like we're a huge football family in this house. And so, which makes me laugh when we get to the very end of the chapter and some of the things that Robyn says about celebrity and all that and how you just can't help it. And I had to take a picture. Right. That story drives me nuts when I'm reading it. I have writing all over the place. I'm like, and you did it when you were at your sister's graduation? What are you talking about? Okay, all right. I won't get going. We can stay on topic.
Well, because there's a at least this is what Denzel Washington and his son, who actually came up as an actor as well. But he said that he used to coach his kids' little league teams. And when he was doing it, this is something I've said before, when he was doing it, reportedly, he would always say, when I'm coaching my kids' teams, it's not about me. They're the star of the show. So he doesn't do autographs. He doesn't talk movies, none of that. Anything coming up with him, it's about them. So he doesn't do pictures, none of that. So I always respected that. And I understood where he was coming from, because one of the hardest things is, especially if you have a big personality, you have to recognize when you have to pull that personality back, because your personality can outshine the people who should be shining. And you can dim their light by you trying to be the center of attention all the time, you know, like in this particular case, like you said with her, you're at a family event, it's your niece's graduation. Today is her day. It's not about you. So you don't stand there and take a bunch of pictures with people because they want to be friends with you because you're on a TV show. No, it's about her. So no, I don't do pictures today. If you want to take pictures of her, you know, because it's her day. But, you know, and I think that just kind of, I think that also falls into partly what I was going to say about her talking about being in school. And when while she was in school, while Robyn was in school, she said that she was being made fun of and she was being teased, or not necessarily her, but, you know, the people around her, because they didn't know she was a polygamist, they were making fun of her. So she was kind of holding herself out as like this undercover polygamist who had infiltrated the normies, and the normies were making fun of the polygamists, or the polygs, as Cody likes to call them. And, you know, she felt a certain kind of way about it. But there is one point, and let me know what you think, where I could see this is what I titled this section of it, where she was talking about, you should feel sorry for me because when I was a kid, they used to make fun of me. That's why I felt as though I could never come out. This is that sympathy for the devil. That's what I call this little section, because it's not that she grew up hiding who she was, because that's what she wants to tell us. Like, I grew up hiding my actual faith. I grew up hiding my position on polygamy. I grew up hiding who I was. And I have the feeling that it's not that she grew up hiding, it's that she grew up lying. You grew up lying and not telling people who you are. And so your entire life is about deception and misdirection.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you talk about, like, when she talks about how her friend broke up because she didn't know her at all, you know, because the background is a lie. And so therefore it rattled the whole thing. And this is something also echoed in season 3, episode 4. We talked about it with Sarah last week, where they were on the boat with Cody's friend. And nobody felt like they knew me when they found out I was a polygamist. They felt like they didn't know who I was. Da, da, da. At the end of the day, it's not that they didn't feel like they knew who you were, because the foundation of your relationship was a lie or a deception. But the one thing that they absolutely did know about you is the fact that you're a liar.
Yes.
And that's what bothers them.
Yes, 100%. And that's exactly where this girl's coming from. There was a reality show a while back about a man. It was kind of the reverse. Do you want to marry a millionaire kind of thing? It was sort of like, do you want to marry a poor man? But really, covertly, he was a millionaire. So he was like, you know, I'm a plumber, and you know, and so it was like a dating show. And so these different women go on, and this one ended up like really kind of liking this guy, and they started hanging out, and his, you know, place that he lived was really dumpy and everything. And she ended up looking past it all. And in the end, you realize, you know what, these two they're going to make it for the long haul, because like she really likes who he is, and he really liked her. But it came the end of the show and he revealed that he's actually a millionaire. She basically walked away. She was so upset that she became so vulnerable to him, and that he had been lying this entire time to her. Yeah. Right. She's like, I mean, I'll think about maybe coming back. You know, like, I don't understand. The man I know wouldn't have done this. And so I don't know who this new man is anymore. And so it makes me think about that. That's a millionaire. Get over it. No. He's a sweet guy. He can wear that baseball cap every day if you want him to.
Right. Well, actually, the ironic part about it is that had it been the other way, because the whole reason why he was supposedly lying about the money that he had is because, you know, I want her to like me for me and not for the things I have. But what makes that lie okay is the fact that you do have.
Right.
So the very thing that you're saying that you don't want her to like you for, you want to use, because that's the only way that would be acceptable for you to tell that lie. As if, for instance, if it was Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire and you found out that this guy worked at Wendy's on the weekends part-time, you know, then the relationship is over. The
Yeah.
only difference is she would be viewed as a bad person if she said, you know, this relationship is built on lies. You told me you had all kinds of money. You a brokey. And he like, you know, he like, I give you all the fries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give you extra
Yep.
fries. You
Yep.
know,
I'm trying to
and she
remember
would
how
be
that one
mad.
ended. There was another show where it was Who Wants to Marry a Prince, and it was a guy who was like it was a Prince Harry lookalike. This was years
Wow.
ago, well before Meghan, obviously, but like it was a
Right.
Prince Harry lookalike right around the time he was in his wild sowing my oats days, and so the whole show, it was him pretending like, and then they would do all these things like Secret Service would come in and, you know, like, we have to take you away because of something, you know, like they'd interrupt where you shouldn't normally, like they're filming something. So they tried to make it look really real. So as they're in the middle of having a date, he had to get taken away and he went on a
Oh,
helicopter
wow.
somewhere else because, you know, and they were like, oh, and then the producers were like, we're so sorry. We're just going to take it down. We'll start this tomorrow. We'll pretend like it's never happened. We'll just start fresh. And they were like, oh, you know, so they tried to do as much as they could to make him seem legit. Cause obviously at the beginning you have to be like, is he Harry? Like he really looks like him, but is he? I'm not really sure. I don't remember how that one ended though at the final reveal. I remember they were in a carriage and they went off together. So apparently the girl decided to stay with him at least for the show. But I doubt that it lasted any longer than that. But at any rate, it is that same kind of thing. And we talked about this with the sister wives when they were revealing to people too. And some of them were like, I'm just hurt that you never told me this in the past. Was it Janelle or Mary who's had people who were just like kind of taken back because they were sort of hurt that like, that means you never trusted me, that you couldn't tell me this information. And so, yeah, so you are somebody different. But on top of that, on top of the lie, you see me as an untrustworthy friend because you shouldn't have had to ever lie to me. So it's the same kind of thing. I'm sure that, you know, like these kids were friends for how many years? And then all of a sudden she's like, by the way, I'm a whole different person than you thought I was. And it is pretty significant. Like if you're here in Ohio and you say it, it would be like, whoa, that's weird. And why did you lie to me? But because it's such a prominent part of their lives where they lived in Utah, it's a bigger deception to claim that you're not that and that. So, you know, like why be surprised that it shows how dumb, shallow, I don't know. Or maybe she's just making this all up, who knows, that ROBYN is that she would write that. Like right before that too, she had written when she was talking about hiding all this stuff in her teenage years. She goes, I didn't didn't seem. Wait a second. Let me start at the beginning of the sentence because that makes no sense. I had few friends, and those I did have, there's no comma there, I'm sorry. And those I did have didn't seem to question or care about the strange, unexplained things in my life. I kept thinking of Stranger Things when I read that. And I'm like, what is so strange and unexplained in your life, ROBYN? I don't understand. That is not there 24/7. Is that what's strange and unexplained? The fabrication of her torment in her growing up years is just disgusting.
Well, I did like the because she had another part in the story where as I call it, in the story. Way more descriptive than it sounds. But and she said when she finally revealed to her friend that she was a polygamist, and it's not. And here's the thing, because phraseology makes a big difference. She wasn't a polygamist. If anything, the she would be associated with polygamy because of her mom dating a married man. She's not the product of polygamy. So, you know, she has an association with it, but she's not, you know, it's not you, it's your mom. You know, this is kind of like if her mom was a millionaire, you know, ROBYN's not a millionaire. Like her mom is a millionaire. Your parents are millionaires. You know, they're doing good. You just live with them. You know, and that's kind of where ROBYN is. But what she said was when she revealed to this young lady that she was a polygamist, she described her family. She said, I one friend. Oh, okay. When I told Danielle, this is her friend, that my family was polygamous, and that I had two mothers, she began to cry. What?
I know, it's hysterical.
Who gives a shit? Like, I was like, okay. You know what I
Like,
mean?
no, she didn't. No, she
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah. I doubt it. But she said she began to cry. I thought you guys, and this is supposed to be Danielle talking to Robyn. I thought you guys were the perfect LDS family, she said. What kid talks like this? What
Right.
kid talks like this?
No
And
kid talks like that.
right, and to describe them as the perfect LDS family. How are they the perfect LDS family? Why would you describe somebody? Because, like you said, the father is rarely there,
Yeah.
or he's narrowly there. We'll say
Almost
narrowly there.
never there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in and out, but sometime he dead. How is that the perfect LDS family? Why would you look at somebody's family when the dad's never around and say, "Oh yeah, I want my family to emulate that. That's what I want for myself. My dad is home every day."
Mm-hmm.
Like so, like
And
it's the
here-
She-Ra thing.
here's the crazy thing. Okay, so we have the person who's closest to her that Robyn is claiming thought that she was just the perfect polygamous family. And then we have these other friends who barely know her who somehow think are onto the fact that there are strange and unexplained things happening. But
Right,
the
right,
good friend who would be around more often and all that somehow thought they were the perfect family, even though the daddy's gone,
right, right.
never around. Like the perfect family, I would think would be the one that are always dressed really nice and going to church on Sunday together and are always helping out in the community and smiley, happy face. But that's not the situation they had. So both of these are complete lies, and on the same page, they contradict each other.
Right, right,
How can they both be the same? It makes no sense. This makes no
right.
sense.
Well, here's the weird part, because I think it taps into kind of the tapestry of the sister wives experience. When Robyn talks about she grew up watching her parents, they were able to maintain the honeymoon experience throughout their relationship. What
Mm-hmm.
I think she's talking about with regard to the perfect LDS family was the love and affection that her stepfather, was showing to her mother. Just because you have a man who comes, and this is the impact of like placing a significant amount of importance on sex and sexuality. Just because you have a man come over and claw your mom every other weekend, always gripping at her, grabbing at her, doesn't mean that that's a loving, caring relationship.
Mm-hmm.
There's a significant difference. And, caring is presence. Part of that love is a time and attention that you spend with
Mm-hmm.
your loved ones. That caring and consideration that you give to your kids and to your significant other. It's not just about you trying to get your swerve on, your groove on, your freak on, whatever you want to call it. It's
Mm-hmm.
also about the consideration that you show your family. And if you're only coming around part-time, that's kind of where I question. That's where I question.
Yeah. 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 These two things do not go together.
No, no. But there was
I
also no.
Go
Good,
ahead.
good.
Well, I just have down here over time, Danielle and I agreed to disagree about
Yeah,
religion.
that was where I was gonna go.
Is that where you're going?
Yep.
This was a healthy development. All right, fine. We do try and stay away from the hot button topics with each other.
Right.
Topics. What else besides polygamy would be a hot button topic that you would have to agree to disagree about in your religion? I didn't understand that sentence.
Right. Well, because what it sounds like to me, and this is just again, this is the difference of bare minimum and
Mhm.
standards. Like if I have a close friend, I should be able to talk to whether they agree with it or not, something I'm doing or not. I should be able to have a conversation with my close friend about something that is important to me. If
Yeah.
she is defining herself by the relationships within her religion of polygamy, the status relationship of polygamy within her religion, and she defines herself by that, then you should be able to have at least a conversation or some level of tolerance regarding that thing that's so important to you. Like
Mhm.
you can't ignore Like if I say, "Oh, I'm all about playing music and that's my whole life. That's what I went to school for. Every day I wake up, I go to sleep and I wake up and I dream about, picking up a guitar or playing the piano or whatever, singing or whatever. That's my life." And then I have somebody who comes in like, "I could be your friend, but we can never talk about music. We could never talk about something that's so important to you and so
Mm-hmm.
defines who you are."
Mm-hmm.
Right? That would be ridiculous to me. Like that's not a friendship.
Right.
And I even say that with regard to something that I told. I used to tell my friends who are ladies all the time when I was a young dude, and even going into telling my kids, my daughter, that if you're friends with somebody, or you're especially for the young ladies who friend zone dudes, if
Mm-hmm.
you have a male friend and he likes you, then he's not your friend. Because a friend is somebody who, if you met the man of your dreams or the person of your dreams, you should be able to go back to your friend and, talk to them about that other person, celebrate the presence of that other person with your friend. And if you have issues or controversies or conflicts within that relationship, you should be able to get counsel, good counsel from your friend
Mm-hmm.
about that relationship. If you can't do that, that person is not your friend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they're
Yeah.
not looking out for your best interest. They're trying to figure out how they can get how they can crack your good relationship up so they can jump in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, just that. Just that. Right beforehand, she said that she threw in the same line that a lot of the other wives throw into their chapters, where it's like, we realized we could be friends regardless of our beliefs. And I just want to like vomit when I read it. I was just like, oh, really? There's a couple times in this chapter where she says like hokey things like that I'm like, you're realizing this now? Are you really that dumb that you're
Right,
realizing that? Or do you think that we're that dumb and you're teaching us something here?
right,
Like,
right.
unbelievable.
It's probably more B than A though.
Probably more. Mm-hmm. I can't even
Yeah.
read my own writing in this. I was like, oh, she's making that's the other thing, is that she's really making the LDS church and other fundamentals come across as really judgmental.
Right,
And
right,
she's really
right.
giving them a bad name.
And that is like that's an excellent point too. But before we get into it, because I won't put a pin in it real quick, make sure I give a huge shout out to Tanya Johnson with the $2 super chat. Tanya in the house. What's up? What's up? You two speak my mind. Love watching you both. Let me give you a little something, something. Thank you so much, Tanya. I'm glad you enjoy watching us. Oh, wait. I had to give it to you. So nice I had to do it twice. But
Thanks,
to
Tanya.
thank you, Tanya. Appreciate you. But to pull that pin out of that hold
Mm-hmm.
is the one thing that you mentioned was they all they all make the LDS church and the other Mormon groups seem horrible.
Yeah.
Like they're so judgmental. We can't even
Mm-hmm.
go out in public and tell people who we are because if we do, they'll chase us home with torches and pitchforks, and they're trying to
Right.
burn us down, burn us at the stake because we're so oppressed. Because that's the source of the oppression. Because they're in heavily Mormon groups or heavily Mormon communities. It's not
Mm-hmm.
like they're sitting around and they're in these strange groups in this strange world amongst foreigners or foreign peoples of foreign lands. Like you're amongst supposedly your people, and
Yeah.
your people are rejected to the point where you have to hide who you are, even from a young child, and you experience this level of trauma
Mm-hmm.
because you're all so scared to tell the story of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I will say is that I think there's a little bit of a storyline adaptation, because this is what Christine was actually saying, because this is how she actually grew up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that recognizing some of Christine's popularity,
Mm-hmm.
I think that she may have
Claimed it
adopted.
for herself.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be. The other thing that I noted here too is that she likes to throw digs at the LDS and make them seem like they're not open, they're not accepting, which
right,
I've had some send me direct messages and all that too and go, because I've said, like, is it this way? Like, did they really? I'm like,
Was
I could
that bad?
see
Yeah.
them not being thrilled with it because this polygamy is giving their church a bad name, and people are still affiliating it with LDS, even though they're trying to say no, we don't claim them. So I understand where it could come from, but I've had a couple people write me and go, no, like, I know I'm an LDS person, and we know people who are this. We don't care. Like this whole mantra that they say, like, I'm not saying nobody did treat them this way, but it is not so pervasive that she's like, and I don't know anybody who would, because that's not what we believe in. We believe in being kind to people and to be loving with people. It goes against the tenets of our faith. So I just want to throw that out there. But what I found interesting too is that ROBYN is also the one who ROBYN is the one, she's like, oh, we'll have to agree to disagree, who didn't want the kids to go to a youth group somewhere else. So it's just this whole, the hypocrisy of everything is unbelievable. Like, she wants everybody else to have an open mind and completely accepting, but God forbid their kids go someplace where they could hear something different. Like, that's not okay. That's not okay at all. She's a walking contradiction. But I'm going to throw myself in public. I'm going to throw my kids in public school. And they hear any differing views there.
Well, because that's the weird thing about it, because there are a few people, I'm not going to holler your names out in the chat. There are a few people in the chat, at least I know on my channel, that will always refer back to ROBYN being a narcissist. And I will simply say that in line with that belief or that condition, it makes sense to me, and I'm not saying that she is or she isn't, but it just makes sense to me that would track with that behavioral problem.
Characteristic.
Characteristic. Thank you. I'm starting to. I'm stuck like Cody, but like you said earlier,
we both are today. We'll get through this, James.
Right. We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll do it together.
That's right. We got each other's backs.
Right. Exactly. But the whole thing is that it makes sense to me, because you're only concerned about your perspective and what makes you feel good and what you think about things. So when you talk about like them going, like, she wants the LDS church and everybody else in the surrounding communities to accept her beliefs, and they should be willing to do that. When Cody, like I was talking about season 3, episode 4 from last week, when they met with that Cody's old friend, and he sat there and said, look, we could be friends as long as we don't talk about this religion. And I'll get into that a little bit later too. But as long as we don't talk about this religion, we could be cool. And ROBYN said that she was pissed off that his friend, how dare he say that? Because how are you going to be friends with somebody and act like you just tolerating them in their religion? But then, like you said, when it came time for you to send your kids to school, I don't even want my kids to listen to somebody else's beliefs. Because Cody's friend said, I don't want, I'm cool with you as long as you aren't, I don't find out that you're out here prolighting or proselytizing, right, to the other people in the LDS church. As long as you're not talking your religion, trying to convert them, then we're cool. But then when it came time to send her kids to school, to, like you said, to the youth group, she was afraid that somebody else might talk to them about a different faith. So she didn't want her kids to be influenced. So you have that. It's just a weird, like you said, it's just, you're trying to walk on both sides of the street at the same time. And it just doesn't, this is part of the reason why I think so many people dislike her, because they just don't trust her.
You can't. It's like, what's good for me is good for me, but it doesn't apply to anybody else. And the rules that I have for all of you, I don't have to follow. They're for all of you. And I don't understand why none of you get that.
Right.
How can you not understand? And why do people not like me? Like, it's just crazy. The lack of self-awareness is amazing. And it's true. I throw out narcissist characteristics a lot too, because technically we can't diagnose, but because I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist, I feel like I can just willy-nilly throw it out.
Right.
But I try to say characteristics of such people she demonstrates. Her and Cody masterfully have the same characteristics. I was listening to a doctor the other day on YouTube who deals with narcissists specifically, and she was saying the question came out like, how would two narcissists ever live together? And I thought it was fascinating because it made me think of ROBYN and Cody, because they really both demonstrate a lot of the characteristics of it.
Right.
And she said it's surprising that they can both be so unaware that it actually kind of works.
Right.
Because they're just, she's like, it actually, in many cases, she goes, sometimes it'll just be a hot mess, just sort of depending on, because there's all different kinds of narcissists too, and there's different categories, and certain ones wouldn't go well with each other. But if you have two that are kind of the same, they both are so unaware that they can actually just make it work.
Right. Right.
Oh,
Right,
and some
and I
people just
think
don't like arguing either. So
right, but I also think that there's a portion of compatibility in the sense of codependency, because as long as you're in a situation where you're complimenting the self-image of a narcissist, then you're not running afoul of them. So as long as with ROBYN, she gets a certain benefit by Cody being the man.
yeah.
So that feeds her image because I have control of the man. And then Cody, all he hears is, oh, she thinks I'm the man. Like, he doesn't hear she's controlling me or she's manipulating me and she's forcing me to do things. He just says that, oh, she thinks I'm a boss. Okay, yeah, she's right. And so it feeds off of each other. And I think that might, for me, in a very rudimentary sense, I think that that's how it works. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's how they're compatible. Now, the problem that they have and where I think they're starting to butt heads. I do believe that they're starting to butt heads. I think that where they're butting heads at is because now they're spending too much time together. And by spending so much time together, they actually get more of, that's what you meant when you said I'm the boss. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just the fact that I'm the boss. Now it's like, oh, you think you controlling me? You can tell me what to do. I'm the boss. So you have a lot more of that conflict, I think, is what's going on.
It's going to be interesting. And now it's very, very, very clear to 100% of the world that Cody's not the man. So, like, where's ROBYN going to take that now? Like, that's the one thing she could hang her hat on, is the fact that, well, he's on this TV show, so he's popular and people must really like him. And when we go places, people want to take a picture with him. Like, I mean, I'm like, yeah, as a joke, There was also I put this on a video recently. I haven't finished editing it and put it out, but what really makes me angry is the number of times the wives are like, oh, people are always hitting on Cody and they're always asking him to, be the next wife. And I'm like, it's a joke. It is they are not serious. But the wives and Cody all took it in as truth. And because the wives believed it, they just fed it into Cody too and kept telling him, like, it really bothers me how everyone always says they want to be the fifth wife. And it's just, people are always asking to be the fifth wife. And I'm like, if they were true, they wouldn't go about it that way. They'd be sneaky like ROBYN did. She didn't come in and say, I want to be the fourth wife. No, she had the whole plan and made it all work out. And that's what somebody else would do too. They're making fun of you, kinda, but they're also just trying to make conversation and laugh and keep it light. They don't really want to be your wife, Cody.
It's because that's kind of this is why divorces happen, by the way. Because you have guys or folks, ladies who will go out to the gym or they'll go places and they'll meet people, and because certain folks are nice to them, oh, she wants me. Oh, you see how she feeling me, yo. Like, oh, yeah, all the ladies are really attracted to me. They come up to me and they talk to me. And you're misplacing the intention of the conversation. Like you said, I think that it's a joke, it's a conversation starter. It's kind of that ha ha ha, I want to be the fifth wife. Kirk, kirk, kirk. But I'm not. They're not even in your religion. They're not even in your faith. They don't really know you. So no, they're not talking about marriage. Half of them are probably already married or dating somebody.
Right.
When they
yes.
So, but yeah, that's how you get tripped up. But you start thinking, oh, I have all these options out here, so I don't really have to pay attention to my wife. I can just leave her and I can go explore some of these other options. You get a divorce and you go out there and you find out that the single world is a rough place to be.
Right. And all of a sudden that blonde Barbie in the pink bikini that was poolside in Vegas is not around anymore.
Right.
Like the
Or
one
you
that
run
was
into
joking,
it.
can I take a picture with you? Can I be the
Right.
next wife? And, you know, sharing it with all her girlfriends. Doesn't really like you, Cody.
Right. Or you do run into it, which is a nightmare scenario.
Well, yeah.
And you say, you ask her out and she's like, well, look, I have somebody, or no, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
ain't you married already? You got 4 wives. What I want with you, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not that famous.
No. No, not as famous as ROBYN thinks they are. That's for sure. Speaking of which, then we kind of get around, and let me know if I'm jumping ahead. But well, first of all, even before that, boy, we got to make sure we don't go until midnight. ROBYN, she's just like you say, she's the gift that keeps on giving.
Right.
She starts off at the top of 250, saying that I had been the first wife in my marriage.
Yeah. That's what I was going.
It's like, this is priceless.
Yeah.
I'm like, guess what? So am I.
Right.
Oh my goodness. And then she goes on to say, we never got to the stage in which we were considering taking the second wife. And then I like did the math from when they got married until he filed, not even when it was finalized, but just until he filed. That was 8 years. They never got to the stage, like, because you weren't a polygamist and he didn't want to live polygamy, and neither did you, or you would have just saw to it that it happened somehow because you get what you want, ROBYN. Yeah, it was just, okay. So at the end, she writes, this meant that during our marriage, we never really had to worry about how we looked at outsiders. We were a young couple with 3 young children, and it was easy to pass as Mormon.
Right.
Because it was Mormon.
Right. Because you were a Mormon.
You're a Mormon.
Right.
ROBYN, hello. You're a Mormon. You're not a polygamist.
Because I have the same paragraph, actually, exact same paragraph pulled. And I think that just comes from the root of, again, this is her adopting somebody else's story.
Mm-hmm.
So she recognizes that, you know, Cody and because early on, like if you look at the OG3, early on, they had a full experience of, matter of fact, they were polygamous longer than ROBYN was married. They were all polygamous longer than ROBYN was married. So their entire adulthood essentially was being polygamous.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because Mary got married at 19. Janelle, I think she was 20, 21. And Christine, I think, was like 20 or something like that when she married, or 21, 22, when she married Cody as to become a polygamist. And so they had been polygamous their entire adult lives for the most part. And that's what I think ROBYN is trying to tap into. Because again, this falls into the whole woe is me, pity party, I'm a victim scenario. I'm a victim, but yet I'm still a hero. You know, and it's funny to me that that's what she latches onto throughout this entire experience. Like, you can celebrate being different and appreciate your differences without feeling victimized by your difference or your experiences, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what I saw in that.
She desperately wants to have the same experience as the OG3, and it'll never happen. You can't go back and change your past. It is what it is. So that's why so much of this is an attempt to rewrite history and use clever language like this to deceive people who are reading it, because she thinks we're all idiots as we're reading through it. I'm like, that is the dumbest thing. I just read that paragraph. Like, how stupid do you think we are? Unbelievable.
Well, it's the idea, like, oh, you know, I was before I had my money, I was a millionaire. You know, no, you weren't. If you didn't have $1 million, you weren't a millionaire.
Right.
You know, in my first marriage, we decided to keep it, you know, we weren't polygamous yet. You were never polygamous. In fact, her ex-husband, he got married again. He remarried, and he's not a polygamist to this day. He's not a polygamist. So the idea that they were so committed to becoming polygamists, they just didn't get around to doing like this isn't shopping, like you didn't
Right.
just forget to go get the eggs at the
Yeah.
corner store and
Yeah.
I'll pick them up later. This is your life. So I
Mhm.
don't and who has kids? Like, why would you have kids that far apart if it's something that you were committed to doing? Like, you
Right.
already had 3 children. Why would you keep
Mhm.
waiting to bring
Mhm.
additional wives into your family,
Right.
especially when you're struggling financially? So that
Right.
didn't make any sense.
Right. Right. Well, because he was a stand-up man and he wasn't looking for another wife that just had an income to help support him, so he could do less
Right,
work.
right. Maybe she was a polygamist. She's like, you need to go get more wives. You got to buy
Yeah,
more
maybe
stuff.
she did want it, and he was just sort of like, "No, we can't afford it right now." And, "Whoa, I'm going to find you somebody who is employed." That's what we'll
Right,
bring
right.
in. Don't you think I'm going to bring in somebody who doesn't have a job? Not
Yeah,
somebody
no
like
housewives
me.
allowed.
Yeah.
Right,
Let's bring in 2 or 3 other people who all work, and then we're good because I'm not going to work anymore.
right. Well, one of the things that kind of stuck with me too was the fact that she describes herself as like this, like I said, like this uh, Dr. King or or Gandhi type person who's like trying to, bring about social change.
Mhm.
And even when she talks about marrying into the Brown family, she talks about how this marriage is going to substantively change her life. And, being a part associated with Cody can really affect her and affect her kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality of it is that when she married into the Brown family, she didn't have any skin in the game. She didn't have any substantive investment. Like she didn't have as much to lose. So if they would have got on the TV show, and this is like the whole point of the chapter, talking about celebrity, if she gets on the TV show and things go horribly wrong, all she has to do is walk away from the relationship. Because technically, even though it's a spiritual marriage, it's not a legal marriage. So she's not bound to Cody or the family in any significant type of way. She didn't have children with Cody at the time.
Mm.
So what difference does it make? She got herself on TV, things didn't work out. Bingo, bango, I'm out. You know?
Mhm. Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that leads into how the rest of this chapter is now all leaning towards her celebrity
Right,
and this and the words that she chooses are so telling to describe it too. She starts off by saying, when Cody first told me that he and my potential sister wives were going to be on a television program, I dismissed it as a pipe dream. Like, oh,
right,
the pipe dream of yours. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna okay. I'm like, right. I didn't question him or challenge him. So we're going on. Like that could be period end of sentence, right? But I didn't question him or challenge him. But I remember thinking, yeah, right. You're gonna be on TV. As our courtship progressed towards engagement, I realized that the television show, which had seemed like a huge fantasy, was in fact reality. If I marry Cody, I would be signing on for this show. Like, it just drips of desperation.
right.
Please, please let me be on the show. And
My
she edited
fantasy
through that.
dream.
Yeah. Huge fantasy. It was a dream. It became a reality. I will be signing on for a show if I marry him.
Right,
So, proving that she knew well before all about this because by the time it became a show, it was well after they shot the pilot. It went through editing. They had all the talks with everybody. Like these things don't happen in 6 months' time. They don't.
right,
So it was a couple years in the making, interviews, talking, throwing ideas out at the table in boardrooms at different, what do you think? And then eventually finding a production company that would back them to like, okay, yeah, we'll do a pilot, we'll shop it around and we'll see what we can get from it. That all just takes a long time. Not to mention the
right,
fact that the family did shoot a couple scenes. They had a camping scene, I know for sure. And I think there was 1 or 2 other ones that they shot ahead of time, which were part of the ones that they shopped out around. So people all knew. People all
Right.
knew. I had this all in
Right.
the video I recently did too, because I went off on a tangent. It had nothing to do with the video. But I'm like, people all knew this was a small church. Everyone was talking. The church wasn't happy about it. The people were all chatting. And for Robyn to claim that she knew nothing about any of this and had no idea who Cody was until she stumbled upon him on the front lawn that day, just
Right.
BS through and through. Through
Well,
and
because you have the line where she said, I did consider not marrying Cody. This is on a 251, third paragraph down. I did not consider marrying Cody because of the show. I was searching for stability and simplicity. Instead, I was hurtling toward a big, scary unknown. I remember being very concerned about the consequences we might face when our show aired. When our show aired. So
That's
she
telling right
considered
there.
right, exactly. So she considered not marrying Cody.
Yeah, right.
But if we go back to Robyn and Cody matrimony on page 73, where Robyn was talking, because this is something we hit on a few times since we read it in matrimony on page 73, when Robyn was talking to Robyn came down, she met with Cody, she had the whole dance or whatever, and this is the second weekend that she was there, because the first weekend she came down, she went to church. Now, mind you, the cousin Reeba lived in a different part of Utah, so she lived in Lehigh. Robyn lived, I think, in St. George. So she was that was the 300-mile 5-hour ride. So she drove 5 hours with her kids to go to church with her cousin Reeba. Then the next week they were having a party at that church. So she went back home. Then she came back down 5 hours to go to a party where she met Cody. Then when Cody was so excited about meeting Robyn, we tried to go over to her house the next day, or her cousin's house the next day, and she wasn't there. Cody sat there and talked to Reeba. Reeba called out to called out to Robyn and said, here it is. Went to back to the other page. She said, Robyn, and this is Reeba saying to Robyn, Robyn, this is a good family. They're very interested in you. There's a lot of positive things happening here. You need to come and meet all of them. Now, this is a middle-aged man with 3 wives and 13 children. What positive things were happening for him?
Television
Right, exactly. And this is like you said, this is a small church, small community, because it's so small, in fact, that the fathers can't even go to the parks or acknowledge, walk with their kids, because somebody may recognize them, because the town is so small and everybody knows who everybody else is married to, apparently, but they don't know that you're going to be on national TV. Begs the question. Then also in this small church, we look at Christine and what she had to say in the previous chapter, where she talks about being a part of Principal Voices, which is an organization whose prime directive is bringing awareness to polygamy through media services and outlets. And that put her in a position where they knew about the shows. They knew about the offers of people coming down to offer to film them and do documentaries and try to include them in TV talk shows, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they know who these people are. She knew who Reeba must have known who Christine was.
Oh, yes.
And what Christine was doing for the church. And for her to sit there and now pretend like, I had to second guess. Oh, you marry a guy who just happens to be, the #1 pop star. Like you marry Drake or somebody. And I didn't realize who he was when I married him. And I had to guess whether I wanted to be pulled into the spotlight. But you were at his concert. What are you talking about? Stop. You know what I mean? This is part of the thing that annoys the hell out of me when I talk about Robyn, because it's like what they used to say back in the day. You playing in my face. You're playing in my face. You're telling me something that's not true, and then expect me to believe it. Then you're mad at me because I don't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it defies all logic.
It's priceless that you're saying all this, because I literally just recorded all of that last night.
Yeah.
That's like we are so on the same wavelength. like
Right.
went right down that same path and just recorded that exact same thing. I mean, I got nothing to say other than I 100% agree with you, James.
Yeah, because I put a video. I just released a video talking about Robin. That's one of the things I talked about. Is just the
Yeah.
fact that she does this, and she doesn't understand why she has an image problem. This is your image problem. We can accept a lot of things. I can accept if you were to say your dad was a Rolling Stone, I can accept that as long as you're honest about it. When I said that people will accept even the most deviant folks, usually the acceptance that people have of the most evil, maniacal people is the fact that they're honest about their evil doing. You know what I mean? They're honest about their wrongdoing. So it just makes it a little easier for you to come around to the fact that, like, okay, well, I know that this is who they are, and I can deal with you if you're honest about who you are. But when you're deceptive about who you are, it's harder for me to deal with you.
Yeah. 100% agree. Yeah, that whole paragraph, again, as annoying as is this whole chapter, and her like writing that is just acting is comical. It's just comical. I remember being very concerned about the consequences that we might face when the show aired. It would hit me some days about how crazy going public was. Did I really want this kind of attention?
Right.
Yeah, you were second guessing it, Robyn, right? You were second guessing it. Ultimately, my overwhelming love for Cody, for his family, and my testimony that I belonged in his family won out. I didn't realize she had a testimony that she belonged in his family. Like, I wonder where that testimony came from and what the timeline is that suddenly she was given that testimony that she belonged in his family. But she says, if our destiny is meant to be on a reality TV show, I was willing.
Right.
Yep. All right, take me.
You're right.
If I have to go, I'll go kicking and screaming and be on TV. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
If you're a young man and, just so happens that you find yourself unhoused and all of a sudden you have the opportunity to go stay at the Playboy Mansion. Oh, if that's where I have to go, I guess. Yes, that's where I'm gonna be at. Like, come on, man. Like that's why you keep putting applications in. That's why you keep standing out front. That's why you kept making yourself available for Cody to try to talk to, looking over your shoulder. So you knew what it was. And here's the thing. If she would have said, because part of my video last week, I didn't necessarily make this connection, or not last week, the video I released earlier today. But there's a clip I have in it where she says, I know what I want, and I know how to get it. If she would have been that person, I heard about the show. I met Cody and his family. I thought they were amazing people. I thought Cody was super hot, or whatever, whatever you're gonna say. That even sounds weird coming out of my mouth. But I thought Cody was incredible, and I thought the family was incredible. The kids were incredible, the wives were incredible, and I knew I wanted to be a part of that. And I knew what I wanted, and I get what I want, and I went after it. You might have had more friends, you might have had more fans. You know what I mean? People were like, okay, she's a go-getter.
That's what it is. Speak the truth. All right. That's kind of how it is with a lot of those housewives. They're like, they're all horrible. They're horrible, all of them.
Horrible people.
But there are people
Terrible
like
friends.
who watch it because it's like, and I'm like, how do people like the worst of them too? But then you realize like that's just who they are. All right, kudos, like you're being honest. So I got to give you that as opposed to this one over here who's just lying nonstop. So it is true that you're just speaking your truth. It's a horrible truth. And I can't believe the thoughts in your head, but like, I guess we all have horrible thoughts. We just learn to keep them inside. So, but yeah. It's kind of it's that same kind of thing.
Yeah. They accept who they are. Like I accept my role in this situation, and I've grown to cherish it.
Yeah,
and I'm going to embrace being a villain. Like, okay,
yeah. Just like once she should have at some point realized, well, shoot, everyone keeps telling me that this is what I am, and I'm trying not to be, but I'm coming across this way. So she should be. I should just be the devil that I think I am. It's like she should have
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, should have just ran with it and just said, all right, This is my character on the show. I'm going to treat
Right.
this as a sitcom or a whatever, and I'm just going to play this role. I'll be different when I'm home with my family, but no, she just couldn't. She's just not smart enough, and to this day, she can't figure out why people don't like her.
I'm just so angry. There was another part where she talked about the kids. And that's where I kind of like this is another one of the sticking points for me because she keeps throwing her children, and I don't like people who do this. Like she has a position that she's taken, but she's trying to use her kids as an excuse as to why she should do something, why she shouldn't do something. And you can't criticize me because now if you criticize me, it's almost like you're criticizing my children. And so if there's a dispute or issue between me and you, then don't. Story time. There was a time when I was a young man. Me and my wife, we first started dating, right? Or we've been going out for a little bit, but I had a car that I wanted to get, and so there was a parking lot next to the car dealership. It was a Sunday. I usually go when the dealerships are closed, so I don't get bothered when I look around the cars or whatever. It was an older car, sports car. And I was like, okay, I want to see it. And we went down to go look at it. I pull into this parking lot that's empty. The business is closed. And I walk over and I'm in the parking lot or in the car dealership and I'm looking at this car. My wife is in the car and not my wife at the time, but there's a gentleman who obviously owned the business or whatever. Him and his family is there. They come out and they start hooping and hollering, you got to move your car, being rude and nasty. And so she's like, I'll move the car. Just calm down, calm down. And so he's yelling at her, berating her about how dare you park in this parking lot. So I walk over to the parking lot where they are. And I'm a Christian now. No, but I walk up to him and I go to say, look, I parked the car here, so you can leave her out of it. And man to man, we could talk about it. I can either move my car or if you want to do something else, it is what it is. And the thing that made me more angry, I won't say more angry, but the thing that really pissed me off even more was the fact that when I started talking to him and he saw me walking up, his daughter, he had a daughter who was maybe about 3 years old, right? He bends over and he sees me coming. He bends over and he picks his daughter up and is holding his daughter between me and him. And at that moment, I'm like, why would you do that? Because I'm not a crazy person. I'm not a lunatic. I'm not going to run up and punch you in the face, but you don't know that. So why would you pick your kid up and put your child between somebody? Like you started this hyper aggravated scenario where you're yelling and screaming and there's a lot of tension and I'm coming over to find out why you yelling at my lady and talking crazy to her and disrespecting her, and you pick your child up and hold her between, like, that's not going to save you. There are people out there who will do things to you whether you holding your kid or not. In fact, they might like the fact that you holding your kid because that means you can't do nothing with your hands. So that in itself set me off. Like I was like, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah.
Person, because y'all yelling at a young lady, one, but two, you're shit dad because you picked your child up. If anything, you hand your child to your wife and you tell her to take them into the business.
Right.
Because if there is a problem, you don't want them out there. You don't want to have to worry. But I don't know. Like that just that
unbelievable. He's a jerk.
Yeah, that tore me to pieces. But that's what that kind of puts me in mind of. When she starts throwing her kids up, it puts me back in that same place. Why would you pull your kids into this? Oh, I wouldn't do this because my kids. I was thinking about not doing this because of my kids, but your kids wasn't strong enough to keep you, out of this relationship. Your kids weren't strong enough to keep you off the TV,
Right.
So why even bring it up? I don't know.
Right. It's all smoke and mirrors for her.
Mm-hmm.
And when she doesn't know what to say, she'll throw a kid line in there. Yeah. She'll throw him to the wolves. Absolutely.
Right. Right. It's just crazy. But she did have a thing she said when she was talking about her mom, she said, when I told her mom about the
Mhm.
show, because her
Mm.
mom was supposedly worried about the children and the children's acceptance as well. When I told her about the show, she worried that I was putting my children in harm's way. She was especially concerned for them since my first marriage was destructive and unstable. I was just starting to figure out how to be a single mom. She
Mm.
felt that I was being irresponsible and not taking my children into consideration. And that kind of tickled me a little bit because maybe she wasn't just concerned about your kids being on TV as much as she was concerned about if she was a half decent parent or a person who is concerned about the kids at all.
Mhm.
Maybe she was concerned about you throwing your kids into a new committed relationship, pushing daddy onto them.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I would venture to guess that the mom probably liked her ex-husband. And so the
Mm,
whole divorce thing was, I mean, maybe not at this point because he divorced her daughter at that given thing. So the whole thing was probably confusing. And she's probably like, okay, yeah, we don't need another daddy right now because clearly this one's going to still be in the picture because he loved his
right.
kids. So yeah, we don't need to muddy all that up. And I didn't know if I believed. I just have question marks next to all this. I'm like, is this all lies? Did the mom struggle with anything? Or, because mama's also the one that said, get your scent out there, you know?
Right, right,
And
right,
mom had to know that Cody was there too. Like, I don't think this was a big secret.
right,
So that's where I'm like, I don't know how much of this is Robyn just making this up, or there's a partial truth in here. She also said that, and which is very fair. She said that her siblings were upset with her because the ones who were still in high school became very angry for outing them by proxy.
right,
Because, which means she never asked them permission to do this, which is sickening. That
right,
she's got kids that went through high school and are keeping everything on the down low, which is easy to do because they're really not living in polygamy.
right, right,
But now it's going to be like, hey, they're all polygamists because I'm a polygamist and I'm from the same family. So I thought it was pretty ballsy of her to actually admit that she didn't speak with her siblings who were in high school and get their permission to go on the
right,
show. But they talked about everybody else made sure they got permission, and some people weren't thrilled with it, but they were like, keep me off and all that. But it sounded like the siblings weren't happy, which makes sense because the sibling, it was her sister's graduation that she
mm,
went to with Cody after the show aired, and people were interested in getting their pictures and autographs, and they didn't say no. In fact, they
right,
said there was a line. There was a whole they let enough people line up to get pictures with them. I would never have let it gone that far. Where are we? Okay. I'm jumping a little bit here, but it's kind of related. People were lining up to talk to us and get their pictures taken with us. I felt terrible as it was my only intention had been to support my sister on her special day, and now I was drawing attention away from her,
right,
but did nothing about it. And she
right,
claimed that I don't know if I want all this attention. Here's an opportunity where you shouldn't have any of the attention. None of this is about you, but you and Cody have now made it about you to the point that you're having people line up and get pictures. And you know that you've got siblings who, she said in here, are stepping back. Some of my brothers and sisters were embarrassed by the people who wanted to take our picture. They hung back. They wouldn't associate with us at all.
right,
She knows
right,
that's happening, and still they're standing there and smiling. Can I sign something for you? And
right.
taking pictures, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Well, because I think that there's a subtle difference though, like with the whole autograph thing, because
Mm.
there's the point where if you are a person of note, that people will want to get your autograph or take pictures with you.
Uh-huh.
then you may be in a position where folks will come up to you and they'll try to talk to you. Oh, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Can I get a picture? Sure. Let's take this picture, take this
Mhm.
selfie, sign whatever you're going to sign, and they're off on their way. That's one type. But then you have the other type of person who wants to make it a big production and they're there and they're open for pictures. They're open. Does anybody want to talk about my show? Does anybody want to talk about the show that I'm on? Anybody? Like, you know what I mean? Where you're pulling and you're pulling attention. And I think that I kind of have the feeling, especially with listening to how Christine and the other wives describe Cody, even as a younger person, always in the middle, trying to be in the middle of the group and get attention for himself. I can see that being more the case. So, and in addition, with the as far as the kids are concerned,
Mhm.
or the brothers and sisters, here's a pro tip: if she really didn't want to have, she wasn't sure about involving, her brothers and sisters. She didn't. All she had to do was talk about her experience as a polygamist herself. She didn't have to pull, oh, when I was a child, this was
Mhm.
my experience, and this is why you should feel bad for me because
Mhm.
I was associated with people who are living polygamy, because she wasn't a product of polygamy. She was
Right.
associated with polygamy. So you
Mhm.
didn't have to talk about your experiences as a polygamist or a product of a polygamist because you weren't.
Mhm.
You understand what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
this is the equivalent of the if you have friends who have money or whatever, or even the one friend who goes out with the friend is really good looking, and they tired of all these people coming up to us bothering. We just try to hang out and enjoy our friendship, and all these people keep bothering us. They're not bothering you; they're bothering them. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to be your friend. Nobody wants to get your autograph. They want their stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all she had to do was not mention it. Just don't mention it on the stage, and they would have
Yeah.
been fine.
Yeah,
But let me give a
absolutely. Absolutely. Because and instead she went the opposite direction and is making up stories and borrowing stories from other people and all that because she so desperately wants to be one of the OG3s and have their stories that
Mhm.
um that she'll throw her own siblings under the bus to do it. Because like you say,
Right.
it was completely unnecessary. And it appears from what they write in the book that at least at the beginning of the show, anything they didn't want in the show, the producers were very good about saying, okay, we won't put it in the show. So she could have just been the person who was in a monogamous relationship before and is now joining a polygamous one, which is really what it was,
Right.
and come from that angle, and that could be the storyline. So instead of that, you got the OG3 who are probably really upset when they're reading all the lies that she's writing in this book and the things that she's saying on the show, and well, what I know from the women in the church stories.
Mhm.
And then she has her family upset with her because when she goes to an event that is not about her at all, she doesn't say, no, today's about my sister. You know, when you catch me out on the
Right.
street, absolutely. Or if you catch me in a restaurant, absolutely. But just, I don't want to take any attention away from my sister today. You know,
Right.
because what's going to
Right.
happen? It's going to turn into, well, why is there a line? Well, who are those people? You know, it'll permeate
Right.
around the room. If she would have just put an end to it and said, I'm sorry, not today. I don't want to be rude, but I just want to make sure this is about my sister today. And that could have been, we could have squelched it right there. Then all the people who don't watch Sister Wives or don't know anything about it are none the wiser. And you just go about a normal event.
Right. Well,
But
because
yeah.
I think that's part of it too. Because I've always held the position that, like, when they have the single-ish television shows like 90 Day Fiance, Single Life, or even way back when they had Jersey Shore, and the guys would go out and they'd be picking up all these women and bringing them back, or what was that, not Full House, the MTV version, Real World, and the
Okay.
guys would go out to the bars or the clubs and they bring all these women back and they'd sleep with them or whatever. And they say, wow, how are these guys getting all these girls? Because they're such wonderful people. They're so good looking. No, that's not it. What it is they walk into a bar. If any person walks into a bar, club, church, restaurant, whatever, and they have a TV crew following them and a bunch of people taping them, folks will be interested to find out. Well, first, they might, like you said, they might not even know what show you're on. but they
Right.
know you're on the show. Let me get a picture with them because that might be somebody. You
Right.
know what I mean? And that's what it turns into. They might be somebody. Maybe I'm missing out, you know.
Yeah, you never
Michael
know.
B. Jordan.
My daughter who lives in Nashville sent me a picture the other day, and she goes, "Do you know who this girl is?" And it was in a restaurant. I go, "No, I don't recognize her at all." And she goes, "Okay." And I'm like, "Why? What makes you think?" And she was like, "Well, I just heard the waitress come over and say that she was a big fan and that her bill was comped."
Right,
And
right,
so she goes, "So she's somebody." And I go, "Yep."
right,
I
right,
go, "Not on any of the shows that I watch. She's not a sister wife." I don't think she's from TLC, or well, maybe. I don't watch any of the 90 Day stuff and all that. But
right,
anyway,
right.
I go, she's probably some singer songwriter or something. Good Nashville. She's
And that
yeah,
could be a thing
probably.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she
Yeah.
could just be in the industry and
Yeah.
just, you know, maybe she's not famous, but the
Mhm.
person who is the waitress, maybe she's trying to get in. Hey, find that opportunity. I'm a big fan. I know you're a producer. I know who you are.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. I
I'm
know
gonna
who you
comp your
are.
bill.
I'm gonna punk
Right.
you. Don't worry about it.
Well, let me give a big shout out to Tanya Johnson, $2 super chat. Love story time with James. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Story time. Story time. Actually, I have another story time too, but we'll get to it in a minute because I thought about it as we were watching through it. But let me give you a little super thank. Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate you. Yeah, so as we go through it, I noticed that there was a huge similarity to Janelle's storyline, and this is why I say that I think that Robin adopts a lot of the storylines from other sister wives because she talks about her history as an LDS person, growing up as an LDS person, and then converting over, and how the show helped with those relationships. Because a lot of the people who are in LDS had no idea that they're actually like normal people, and they're
Yeah.
not freaky deaky people, but they're actually just like everybody else. The show helped with that, and that was something that was resonated through Janelle's storyline, as well as what she said in the book with regard to her being excised from her family because she grew up LDS, and then when she decided to when she met, I guess, Mary's brother, married him, she was polygamy adjacent, and then when she decided to date Cody, divorced her first husband, dated Cody, then all of a sudden she's in polygamy, and a lot of her family, you know, stopped talking to her and stopped talking to her mom because her mom, of course, married Cody's dad.
Yeah.
So she took a lot of that. I was like, this is a reflection. Like she's a mirror pool. So she just mirrors. But what did you think about this next portion where Robin talks about her mom's perspective and says, however, after the show aired, many of my mother's relatives got a closer look at our world. They saw that our lifestyle was not scary or out there. They were more able to understand my mother's decision to live the principle. Because of sister wives, my mother has been able to come into her own and feel more accepted by her own family. I hope that this change is I hope that this change in her relatives' attitudes will allow my mother to live more openly and comfortably. She made such a great sacrifice by allowing her mom to be who she is.
She's so great.
Right.
I
She rocked.
mean, I think the family was upset if they even knew about this guy. The family was upset that mom had this side piece going on, that she was the side piece. Like, that's what I think was
Mhm.
happening there. And would it work out? I don't know. I don't know how much of this is just lies from her again. Many of my mother's relatives, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I can't decide if I believe anything that she says. So I have to err on the side if I don't. Because,
Right, right.
history.
Well, because I take it even with regard to something that the Cody's friend had said with regard to not wanting Cody talking to other members of the LDS church because they are so close. And this actually kind of put me in mind of why the prospect of sister wives airing was so dangerous to some people in the LDS church, as well as other folks who may look at polygamy as a possible alternative lifestyle, because it did seem the way they tried to present it, especially at first, was that it was functional, it was healthy, and it could be a net positive to your lifestyle if you decided to engage in this type of relationship. And I could see where, from that respect, some people may disagree with this type of show, because it did try to normalize, and not only normalize, but it, in a way, it tried to make the idea of doing this not only a possibility, but a preferred method of engaging in these types of relationships. It's kind of, it puts me in mind really of like the TV shows where you watch like Dexter, or I've done this example before. You watch Dexter, or who is a serial killer, kill bad guys. Well, I guess narcissistic sociopaths who have psychopathic tendencies aren't that bad. You have, Jax Teller from Sons of Anarchy, horrible person. He's also psychotic, but he's cool and looks great on a motorcycle. Breaking Bad, the
bad, all of them.
Yeah. He's
You
doing
root
like
for all the bad guys on that show. You're against all the good guys.
I hope the cops don't catch him. I mean, after all, how bad could he be? He makes enough where he has pallets of money sitting in a warehouse somewhere. He's more rich than anybody could ever tell, But he's a psychopathic murderer. And the best part is, I've heard interviews with a lot of those actors who play those roles, and it always amazes them how people will think that they're actually heroes. Like, this guy is terrible. He's a terrible, horrible father. Why would you want to be like that? He has money, so it's okay.
Yeah. The father, this is where they mentioned that, the father was apprehensive about it too, but he was retired, so it didn't really matter. But when he had his job, he had to hide his marriage to my mother, is what she said. He had a city job. So,
Right.
I mean, I guess government, but like I get the impression that Janelle's job was more significant and maybe higher than a city. I mean, because a city job could be anything. You could be the garbage collector. You can be a sign fixer. You could, it could be absolutely anything. But it's interesting.
But technically, the mayor is a city job too.
What is?
The mayor. Like, if you're the mayor, you
Well,
got a city job.
Yeah. There's lots. So that's so vague right there. But then all of a sudden he saw, now here again, this is that self-grandizing statements that ROBYN likes to make. But when he started to see that people were approaching us on the street, wanting to talk to us and writing encouraging letters, it's information that's why he began to relax and open up about the show. So he was nervous for her. He didn't need to be nervous for himself anymore, because he was a retired man. She doesn't mention it all in here about his real estate venture and the housing, the houses that he has. So I'm curious where this city job was. This goes hand in hand with the beginning of the chapter, not understanding exactly where the rest of his family was and how often he was there and not there. It would be nice if we had just a smidge more information here to make this make sense to me. I can't really make heads or tails out of it. But I find it interesting that she had to throw, but people are approaching us on the street and wanting to talk to us and writing encouraging letters. So, and then he loosened up a little bit. I don't even remember him dancing with her at the wedding, but then again, that was so early on that I don't think I was paying that close attention to the show. But she thought that it was amazing that he agreed to be filmed dancing. I mean, little did she know that not too far down the road, he'd have a camera between her legs. And would be filming the hours of laboring that she was doing, and that would be on the show. So after he danced with her, boy, he must have made leaps and bounds. It's all of a sudden he's become cameraman. Where's my angle? Which one's my camera? He was there all the time, and he would be in any situation. Ugh.
Well, because there was also one part that because I talked about this in the video I released earlier, but one of the things that stuck out to me was as she was talking about it, she says, like my mother, my father was opposed to my participating in Sister Wives. We read through that.
Mhm.
And he goes on. Wait, let me pull this book closer. Not a young man anymore. Can't see. Don't got a good vision. Um, you said, but okay. So midway from the quote that you just laid out, it says, "When I decided to be part of the show, I think he worried about what would happen to me as well. But after we saw how people reacted to us after the show aired, approaching us on the street, wanting to talk to us, and writing encouraging letters, he began to relax and open up to the show. In fact, he agreed to be, and this is the part. In fact, based on the appreciation and adoration that she received,
Mhm.
in fact, he agreed to be filmed dancing with me at the wedding. This was a miracle for me." And then she goes on, we can talk about the second part of that.
Mhm.
But as I noted in my video earlier, there's a problem with what she just said because understanding how production works, when they don't film and then edit and then air the episode that next week.
Right.
They film the entire season, then they
Mhm.
go through the process of post-production where they edit everything down, then they
Mhm.
come up to an agreed release date which has to go through the studio and it has to go through the network, and they have to come up with an agreement on when they will air the show after the network has had an opportunity to view. Well, first the studio views it, then the network views the final product to make sure it's something that they want to use.
Mhm.
Then they come up with an air date. There's a lot of stuff that happens, from time you film to the time it airs. But she said that her father, keep it in mind, she said her father decided to allow himself to be filmed dancing with her after he saw how positive the show's reception was with the audience members. The problem with that is she was married on May 22nd, 2010. That's when the wedding occurred. The show Sister Wives didn't air until September 26th of
Mm.
2010, later that year. So
Mm.
there's no way in the world
Hmm.
she could have been out on the street with her father receiving all this positive adoration and attention from folks that make him change his mind and decide to be filmed at her wedding. She had already been married by the time the show aired. So
Mm.
he would have already danced with her. He would have already been filmed with her.
Mm.
Somebody had made based on that observation, somebody had commented on my video and said that, well, maybe he saw the positiveness of it and then decided to sign off on that. I disagree. I appreciate the comment, but I disagree with it just in a sense because she didn't say he allowed them, authorized them to use his image in the show.
Mhm.
She said he allowed himself to be
To
filmed
be filmed.
in the
Mhm.
show. And
Mhm.
there's no way that would have happened.
Yeah.
But what are
So
your thoughts on it?
complete lies.
Right, right.
And she piggybacks on that by saying, my father, who had never felt comfortable acknowledging me in public before, was willing to go on national television and announce that he's my dad. Okay. My father, who had never felt comfortable acknowledging me in public before. And I have in the margin here, so your friends thought your mom was single because your dad would never proclaim that he's a dad. So now we go back to the fact, well, this completely contradicts. This is a complete lie. Or the other thing was a complete lie. Like, how
Right,
could you be the
right.
perfect family if he's never acknowledged to anybody in your life that he's your father? Like,
Mm,
it's just an impossibility. The two cannot go together. Your friends just thought you were single. So the friend who thought you were the perfect Mormon family thought your single mom was raising these three kids and that
right.
the father left them, and somehow that's the perfect polygamous family. It's just The lies just keep coming in and in and in.
Right.
I
Well,
love
here,
that one though. I love the timeline. I love it when there's concrete timelines to be able to just put down and say, look, impossible.
right. That doesn't make sense unless you have the I called it the YouTube time machine. Unless you have
Yeah.
that time machine in your back pocket, it doesn't make sense. But
Mhm.
there is also another point of that, which I thought was a little, dark, James. I guess because listening to you describe, it, like, okay, maybe it is me. But respect to the dead, but it sounds weird to me, and it's very strange that. Again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm merely posing this as a question.
Okay.
And according to her, and then I got to do a super chat, but according to her, she said that her father didn't want to acknowledge her in public until after she had a TV show. So
Mhm.
was it that all of a sudden he saw that, we can finally be accepted for who we are? Or is it the fact that you're accepted for having a TV show that
Mhm.
he's willing to now acknowledge that you're his daughter?
Mhm.
Because again, this is where the timeline is so important. Is it that, because like you said, I don't remember him being filmed dancing with her at the wedding. Maybe he was just in the picture somewhere. But
Yeah.
I don't remember because they certainly didn't announce it. Let's do the
No.
daddy dance. Like
Yeah.
they didn't do that,
Mhm.
you know. And it wasn't until season 2, after they had already done Good Morning America and Oprah show and everybody else, that all of a sudden he's willing to now acknowledge, hey, that's my daughter. This puts me
Mhm.
in mind that I guess the urban legend of the father who abandons his kids, uh,
Mhm.
and then one of the kids, the sons or whatever, grows up and he gets an NFL football contract or NBA contract, and all of a sudden the dad shows up to the signing of the contract wearing his son's jersey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my boy up there.
Yeah.
That's what that put me in mind though. But again, that could
Mhm.
be I don't know if that's true or whatever, but it just kind of struck me weird.
Yeah.
But let me
Yeah.
give a big shout out to Tanya Johnson, $5 super chat with
Woo!
interviews with Jenny versus Robyn and James versus Cody. Topics: parenting and truth. You two would slay.
Mm. Mm.
Right. I suspect they will never agree to those.
They would, I suspect you are correct. But how fun would that be?
Yeah, I would have a good time. I'm open to it, Cody. I've been encouraging in my videos, my Cody video and my Robyn video, I've been encouraging them both to get on YouTube. If you guys want to make your YouTube splash by contacting us and we can have open forum discussion, please do so. I'm open to it.
Let's
Any
do
day
it.
of the week, twice on Sunday. The challenge has been issued. The gauntlet has been thrown.
That's
But let
right.
me give Tanya super thanks. There you go.
I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate you. But yeah, but what are your thoughts on that? Like on either the dad all of a sudden being willing to oh, you're famous now? That's
Yeah.
my daughter. you
Hmm.
know.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be a dick. I don't want to be a dick about it, but I'm just saying it just hit me funny.
I've always thought that. That's exactly how she wrote it in here too. But it really feels it. I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but I've always had that sense that he really enjoys being part of the show and in front of the
Mm,
camera. It's
right.
just been and I don't have any good reason for it. Like you don't see him being a Cody and just being all
Mm,
out there and talking and acting a clown, and he doesn't really say much of anything, but yet somehow he just keeps seeming to appear to be in the shot at all these different times in their lives and be a part of it. And oh, he agreed to show us around at properties in Vegas. And I'm like, oh, okay. As opposed to like a really good qualified real estate agent that might know your given situation. But yeah, okay, daddy
right.
can take you around when you guys go. Like it always felt a little inauthentic. And I was just kind of like, all right. So with her saying it this way, she actually doesn't, I don't know if she realizes she's throwing him under the bus, but she really makes it seem like he's just like, wait a minute. at all this attention you're getting. Wait. What?
Right.
Tell me more about the show again.
I want some too.
I would like to
Yeah.
support you, my
Right.
daughter.
Well, because it actually kind of puts me in mind also of when Cody had said when it was season 17, the tell-all, where Suki had asked Cody about polygamy, and he said, "Well, you thought you could make polygamy work? Was it, foolishness? Was it ego?" And he said, "I was a polygamist. It's all ego, baby." Remember that?
Yeah.
And that's what that put me in mind of, because when you are running this type of lifestyle, I think that part of it goes hand in hand with you as the central figure of these marriages. It has to be that I am that important and I'm that wonderful that I should be able to have not only 4 wives, but I need to spread my DNA as far and as wide as I possibly can, because what the world needs more of is me. Like, that's essentially what you're saying. They need more of me, and I need to make sure that I do my duty and spread myself around as much as possible, because the world can't exist without me. And so with that mindset, it makes sense that you would want to be on TV. Why wouldn't you want to be on TV? Because you're so wonderful.
Yeah. No, good points. Good points. I had a side note. I know we kind of touched on before because I jumped to it like twice about this graduation of her sister, and them just not understanding how they could push the people away. And what I found interesting about that whole situation too is this is during the engagement part. So ROBYN's family all lived in St. Cloud. So that is between 4 and 5 hours away, right? So Cody has taken the time to go to his girlfriend's sister's graduation, 4.5 some hours away, while he has 3 other wives and 13 kids back at home. Like, just the optics of all of that, like the amount of time it took just for him to dedicate to driving all the way down there. And then, of course, he had to spend the night because she was so far away. So he would spend the whole weekend, all of that anyway. But then to be going out of his way to attend this. And then we can jump forward and see that ROBYN, after married into the family, could not seem to make it to the very first child who was going to graduate from high school. She couldn't make it to his graduation. Just couldn't get it together to make that on time. The discrepancy between the two just kind of smacked me in the face when I was reading this. I thought, well, the wives had to have been pissed when he went. They're like, he's going to her sister's graduate. Who is she? Don't even know this chick. He's leaving again, and now he's going to be gone for another weekend because of this. And that she could not turn around and pay it back with the very first child, the most significant, Cody's firstborn, his first son, this big, huge, significant day in the Brown family. And ROBYN again makes it all about her. She can't. She's going, she's late, she's calling Cody, you need to come get me. It was, I'm so glad. It was Janelle, right, who put her foot down and said, no, you're not going to. I'm so glad. That would have been devastating if she talked him into picking up and going out and finding her in that situation. So, yeah, just like, again, rules are different in ROBYN's world. When it's about me, drop everything and come and support my extended family. But when it's about you, I tried. I just couldn't get it together. It's a baby. And I don't know if anybody's ever had a baby before, but it's really hard to give from one place to another. I don't know how anybody can do it by themselves.
Well, actually, what's ironic with that is that during the time that they would have been going to the graduation. Cody would have been leaving truly with Christine. You know what I mean? Like, Cody would have been leaving truly with Christine. So, because again, the show had already aired, which is why people want to take pictures with you. So, like, you are leaving. So people do know how to deal with kids. 1, 2, you find time for the things that you think are important. And I think that that's kind of where ROBYN is. Like, if going and attending Logan's graduation was important to her. Like, she wasn't going to be late. As a for instance, she wasn't going to be late to Dayton's graduation. She wasn't going to be late to Aurora's and, you know, her kids' graduations. So, but she's okay with being late. She would have been made sure, not only would she have been there on time, but she would have been there early. And she would have insisted that the wives, I don't understand why you're not here. He's going to be walking down the aisle in 2 hours. Why are you not in the parking lot? You know,
didn't she even say at one point that Dayton's graduation from elementary school or something like that, that Christine was the first one that she would even beat Robyn there? Was that in the book or was that on the show? I think it may have been.
No, I think it was in the book.
I think it was in the book. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't give her no credit on the show.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Probably wasn't giving up any credit on the show.
Yeah. The other sister wives, they put all the kids equally on an equal playing field, and that Christine and, you know, managed to be there even before Robyn managed to get there herself. And that was so great that I have a sister wife that would do that. But I mean, in the future, I'm not going to pay her back or anything. Like, for a more significant, that was probably like graduation from 4th grade or 5th grade or something. And and I think she actually was complaining that everybody wasn't there during that time, if I recall correctly. She just was giving kudos that there was a sister wife who managed, but you know, everybody, I understand that everybody can always be everywhere.
Not everybody can make it.
Yeah, not everyone can make it to the graduation. 4th grade graduation when they all have 6 kids at home.
Right. That's like your cousin graduating. Okay, I mean, he got promoted, didn't graduate technically.
Right. He's moving on to the next grade.
He's still in school.
He's not going to college or anything. Yeah, we're not moving on. Yeah.
Well, it's a weird place because I could see where that would be important, but I wouldn't, you know. Like, nobody's canceling plans to do that.
Right.
Like, I don't know. Like, I would go to my kids' stuff, but I don't know if I'd be like, oh, what? I got to go to the 3rd grade to graduate in kindergarten. But there was a point where she also said, she started talking about, and this is where it gets kind of tricky for me. And this is what I was talking about even in the video I put out earlier today, where she talked about like the producer and her influence on the show and trying to influence the production. She says, I know I should be stronger and not allow the opinions of our viewers to bother me, but so much of my marriage is tied up in the show. It's impossible not to be aware of the feedback and the audience reactions. I've had to be very open with Tim, our producer, and tell him that in certain areas, he has to tread lightly so as to not give America's women another reason to hate me. If another reason to hate me, goodness gracious. If the audience dislikes me, then we've failed in our mission to convey the joys and the stability of our lifestyle. We want to dwell on the positives, not only the dramatic things that sully the picture, if only temporarily. Any woman living in a plural life will tell you the struggles that we have shared about a new wife coming into the family are very normal, and over time things get better. And over time of things getting better, I guess, is when 3 of the 4 wives leave.
Yeah.
You know, kids don't speak to other parents. Like, you know, that's when things get better.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make a notation on the apparent influence that Robyn had and the fact that she put it in the book. Like, it's one thing for you to go back, like what star of a show doesn't want to have like more lines or more interesting scenes? This is even in scripted television. But to go to somebody and say, you know, this is what I want to have happen, and then put it on like, if I look bad, then the entire show has failed. You know, and then not only did you do that, but then you had the audacity to write it in a book.
Like, she has thrown everybody under the bus, and now she's doing all the producers in TLC right here in this line. I have like manipulator, gaslighting. I just like unbelievable. Like, here's the threats I'm going to give you right now. You can't make me look bad anymore, or you and all of us have failed. in the
Right.
mission. You said the mission, you were on board with our mission, which is that we're going to make polygamy look like we're a typical normal family, everything is okay, and you two want to be a polygamist. And right now, somehow that we're failing in one part of it, which is me. And it appears that nobody really likes me on the show, which is confusing to me. But then, of course, she agrees to it by saying, in certain areas, I told him he has to tread lightly so as not to give America's women another reason to hate me. So she's
Yeah.
not saying, a reason to hate me or another or have them misunderstand me again. It's like, all right, they had a reason to hate me. But let's not give them another one. Okay. So, like, here are the topics I don't want you to really cover. I need you to tread lightly. If you don't, you have failed.
Right.
Oh,
Well,
oh.
because there's even a part where she says that like, I don't want to give the America's women another reason to hate me. But then she also, by the end of the paragraph, she says, and the reason why they hate me is wrong and ill-conceived, because as every polygamous family knows, there's always struggles when a new wife enters the family, and it always gets better. So the reason why you guys hate me is wrong. So even in that,
Mhm.
she's still telling the
Yeah.
audience the things that you see and the things that you know about the world is incorrect. Your understanding of the world is incorrect
Mhm.
because you misunderstand the assignment. And it's
Mm.
up to Tim to present me in a more positive way, which technically, if you think about it, and this is something that really hit me, in any show, in order for a show to function, the purpose of a show, TV, movie, drama, play, whatever you're watching, even good songs, is
Mhm.
there has to be a conflict embedded in the whatever genre you're watching or
Mhm.
consuming. That's what makes it interesting. So
Mhm.
if you're saying that I can no longer be the source of conflict, I can't be the villain, the antagonist, the villain, whatever, the bad guy, then what you're saying is somebody else has to do
Mm.
it. And so when you say somebody else has to do it, who are you referring to?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Is it going to be
Mhm.
Christine, Mary, Janelle, Cody? Because somebody has to carry
Mm.
that weight.
Mhm.
She's just saying, I don't want it to be me anymore.
I don't think she cares who it is. I mean, I
Right,
think she prefers Christine, but
right.
in the end, as long as it's not her, I don't even think she'd be like, okay. I mean, she would sacrifice Cody for the sake of, if she was
Yeah,
given the choice, if she was pulled aside by a producer and told, hey, listen, we know that America's coming down on you and they're not liking you. Like, it's
mm,
not our editing. They're just not liking what you're saying and how you're acting and the way you're portraying yourself on screen. But we can, if you're willing to, work with us a little bit. Cody doesn't need to know. Here are some situations we can set up and we can defer, and people will like you if we can make him be the bad guy. Oh, she would have jumped on that hook, line, and sinker. What do I have to say?
right.
What? Just give me the script. I'll memorize it in secret tonight.
Say what well, here's the thing, because technically, we don't even have to speculate whether she would do it because she's already started doing
Yes,
it.
true.
She's already come out and said, he's trying to sabotage our relationship. He's
Mhm.
trying, trying to
Mhm.
make it sound like Cody's the bad guy and he's
Yeah.
ruining the relationship and it's on her because she's this innocent, naive person who had no idea that the relationships were as bad as they were. And now Cody ruined those relationships, and now he's focused on our relationship and trying to ruin our relationship while I'm trying to hold our family together and bring the other women back because
Mhm.
I'm the good one and Cody is the bad one. So she already started. Like she's ruthless. She's ruthless.
Yeah, absolutely. So true.
We got a super chat from Crystal Manning. $10 super
Yay.
chat. James keeping it real. Love you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm gonna
Thanks,
give you something
Crystal.
special, right? Awesomeness, awesomeness. Yeah, thank you so much, Crystal. Appreciate you. There was also where was It's just, like I said, this thing, we kept going, like, book by book. 'Cause technically, with this chapter, you technically could go with inconsistencies. It's not even so much a compelling story, but with just the inconsistency, we could go paragraph by paragraph by paragraph, sentence by sentence.
Yeah.
This thing will be about 3 weeks. This live will be about 3 weeks.
Yeah, we could be here forever. Like I just basically have almost everything underlined.
Because it's just like I was like, this is a hot chapter. Like
Yes.
she came in crazy, but that
She
bothered me.
be the victim then we go back into the whole victimhood. Like
Right.
the whole Cody dress thing, which is her fault and Cody's fault, but she like it's the show's fault. It's these couch sessions that they're making her do that are unnatural, and she has to deal with the world's opinion that Cody picked the dress, and then she's upset that she has to deal with the world's thoughts on him kissing her during the engagement. I'm like, well, he did. And you went out with him and closed the door behind. So clearly you were partaking in this. You didn't think you were just going to wave when you were out there, or you wouldn't snuck out and smiled and giggled and ran out and closed the door behind you. So like you were part of this, but I'm just like victim. Like she's just like, poor me. She doesn't ever take one step back and go, oh, right, I did something to make people not like this thing. It's just kind of like, I should be able to say and do whatever I want, and nobody's allowed to say anything negative about it at all. And if you do, we have ruined the mission of the show. So America, you're all wrong. American women.
Well, because that's the weird thing about it too, is that she does the whole pity me softly stuff where everything is wrong and you guys are misinterpreting things and you guys are doing this wrong edit. But at the end of the day, even with the kissing thing, the dress, to me, it was more of a slap in the face, not because he helped you pick the dress, but because you took the other wives out and made them feel like they were a part of an event that they weren't a part of.
Right.
Just like with the kiss, I don't know anybody. I haven't talked to one person, not one person, who thinks that Cody was driving 5 hours to see you on the weekend and you guys weren't hooking up. I think you were doing way more than kissing, to be honest. If I'm gonna keep it all the way a stack, I think you were doing way more than kissing. So for you to act like, oh, I can't believe when you snuck off, when you sneak and do something, that tells me that you think it's wrong. I've always used the example for my kids. I use the example for my kids that if I go to the store and I specifically buy you a pack of cookies, and I see the cookies in the store, I say, my kids will love these cookies. I buy the cookies for you, and I bring the cookies home for you, and I put them on the counter for you. If you come in and call yourself sneaking the cookies, even though those are technically your cookies because I got them for you, in your mind, you think you're stealing them. And I have an issue with that because you thought it was wrong when you were doing it. That's why you were trying to hide, sneak, and conceal. Yeah. So if you went out with Cody and you snuck out and you guys hugged up and kissed and, hey, I was being secret. I gave you the hint. And I'm glad you caught on. And you doing all that. And we hear you slobbing each other down. Because it was disgusting. But we hear you out there slobbing each other down. Then you thought you were doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Which is why we look at it and say, that's terrible that you would do that. You know what I mean? And that's where that comes from. It's not the fact that, like I said, I completely accept the fact that you guys were hooking up before marriage.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think everybody does. And proof that she knew she was wrong was her line when she said, I told him not to say anything. Well, why? You're trying to be in with this whole new family situation. And here's a situation you specifically said, Cody, don't tell anybody that this happened. Right. Don't say anything, which is just hysterical that he was specifically told by her, keep your mouth shut. And then he's like, 5-year-old little boy with the secret that he just can't keep inside anymore. I picked out the dress and was so excited and so proud of himself. Oh, she was so angry. That's just priceless TV right there. I picked the dress.
Because the weird part is that I think that in Cody's mind, and again, this goes back to when you're surrounded by certain folks who have certain ethics, beliefs, whatever, your vision of the world can be a little askew. Because I think in his mind, when he said that, he thought for sure the producers and the camera people like, oh my goodness, that's so romantic that you would go out and shop with your prospective, your fiance, to pick a dress out for the wedding. That is so romantic. I fully expect, just the way he said it, that he fully expected them to embrace and be in awe with his, I guess his sensitive side. He's in touch with his sensitive side, his feminine side, whatever they say. He was in touch with that he was able to go dress shopping, because he's not just a manly man. He's willing to come down and actually do the menial things like dress shop with his prospective wife. And he thought he was going to be praised. And when everybody was like, what? I saw a look of confusion on Cody's face. Like, he didn't understand why everybody was upset.
He's like,
he genuinely didn't. What the problem is? Yeah, like, he didn't get it. Oh yeah, that's real nice, Christine. That's real nice. I was like, when she said like that, dog, it is not nice. That is not what she meant, homeboy. And he still didn't get it. That's why I say what I say.
He didn't get it. I wrote in the margin with this whole thing, because then she goes on and she complains that people complained about her reception. They complained about her. They judged her wedding. They judged her reception. They judged her honeymoon. She thinks she can put anything she wants on television, and that nobody's allowed to have an opinion about any of it unless it's positive. Otherwise, they failed their mission as a television show. I just wrote, she's a victim. She's very unlikable. She's a complainer. She's entitled. She's spoiled, and she's dramatic. Because she goes on to say, I felt that because of the show, nothing had been left for me. Here's the drama again. I'm not being dramatic, Christine. Because you are all the way back right after season 1 when you wrote this book. Drama.
Right. You're full of drama. Full of drama.
Drama.
I think that the whole idea of I can put out what I want to put out when I want to and how I want to, and it'll be accepted. I think that also ties into the whole mindset that they had when they produced, or at least started, the Sister Wife's Closet business. No matter what you put out, you just expect people to buy it because you put it out and you're on TV. Like, it's a crazy mindset that they had.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's a mantra that not only them, but you'll see across kind of reality TV, that people are so delusional that they think they're going to receive all this money, be on TV, get fame, because in order to go onto it, you have to want some level of fame, because it's obviously going to come with it. So you know that you're going to get comments, and the fame is going to go both ways. But you're going to get feedback from it, that they could do all that. And yet they really believe that if anyone says anything negative, that the other person is wrong, that nobody has a right because they don't know who they are. Like, well, we know what you put on television on the
right.
Like, that's what we're commenting about. I'm not going over to my next door neighbor's house and trying to like film what's going on there and post it on social media and comment on it and all that. But this is what you have agreed to take a huge paycheck for, to then turn around and put on television. What part of that she doesn't understand, or in general, other people who have this same kind of issue don't understand. But I don't get it. It just blows my mind. I mean, I'm such a tiny little channel, and I know I'm going to get hate on a lot of these. People are going to write all kinds of nasty things down there. Not all kinds, it's like 99% good, but there's haters out there. It's par for the course. Not everyone's going to like you. And I think I'm an okay person. She's not in the okay realm.
Right.
Well, because Robyn's down here, and yet she still expects nothing but praise.
Right. Because I think there's a point where you have to be comfortable in your own skin. And like I said it in my video, like, you have to come to the point where maybe her parents never told her, but not everybody is going to like you. I don't care how great you are. You could be a wonderful, funny, handsome, intelligent, beautiful person.
Yeah.
You know, just physically easy to look at, gorgeous, easy on the eyes person. And there will be people who don't like you because you're all those things.
I was just going to say that. Yes.
You're too nice. You're too funny. Like you're
Yes.
too friendly. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Yeah, people don't like you because you're friendly. So
yeah.
you just got to get over yourself. It's not that deep. Like everybody doesn't have to like you.
No.
You know?
And everybody won't. Somebody wrote on one of my
Right.
videos last week, you have too many expressions. I was just like, I don't know. It's who I then change the channel. It's just like,
I don't know.
You want me to start reporting like this? Like, I don't know. That's my face. That's who I am. It's just like, you don't like it.
Right.
This is how I do it. This is how I've been my whole life. And so if you don't like it, it's okay. I don't know what made you feel the need to tell me that. Like, did you think I was going to change, or do you just feel better about yourself? I don't know.
Right. Well, and that's kind of the thing too. And I think that when push comes down to shove, the difference is, the very subtle difference is that when you're doing a lot of these, and this is why I invite them to do YouTube. If you don't think people see who you are, come be you on YouTube. Because what people are attracted to, at least in my experience, what I think and what I try to strive for, at least my goal and principle, driving force, is that I think people appreciate authentic. If you are who you are and you're your true self, there are going to be some people who are drawn to it, some people who are not. The people who are drawn to it will watch your videos or participate in your stuff. People who aren't will just keep it pushing.
Yeah.
You know, they'll go find somebody else. There's a ton of channels on YouTube. You know, more channels you can shake a stick at. And I don't watch all the channels on YouTube. There might be channels on YouTube that are dedicated to criticizing me. I'm just not aware of those channels. And you know, it is what it is.
Nobody tell James.
Don't
the
tell
James
about the channel I
channel.
Can
you imagine how funny would that be?
That's how you know you made it.
That's how you know you made it. And then I would do reviews of that channel.
Right.
Making fun of them, making fun of you.
Right. If it's good, I mean, hey, we tell funny jokes. I'm not gonna be mad at all. Oh, well, let me get these super chats. Got one from Rosalind Davis, $4.99 super chat. Love you both together. Keep it going.
Thanks, Rosalind.
Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. All right. And I have one more. I want to make sure I get those. And I just skipped it just that fast. Oh, here we go. Tanya Johnson, $2 super chat. It's hard to see anything likable about them. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Like, struggle with that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you the applause because I agree with everything you're saying, Tanya. Thank you so much, Tanya. I agree. Like, it's hard to find a thing to like about them because so much of what they portray to be is dishonest. So the likable characters or traits that you could have, people don't trust because of the same thing that you say. Nobody knows who I am. Right. I don't know you. But what I do know about you is that you're dishonest. So when you do tell me something that I might like or something you do, I might be like, wow, that's a good thing that they did. I don't know whether I should trust that thing because that might be the thing that, okay, maybe they're trying to trick me again because that's the whole conversation with her and Tim. You know, you want to be perceived a certain way. So essentially you're saying to Tim, I want to trick the audience and you're not helping me trick the audience. You need to get on task and help me trick the audience. And you wrote that in a book. Brilliant. Brilliant. You know, this is that villain, what they call it, the monologue, where they tell you all the evil plans.
Yeah.
Before they put you in the elaborate, you know, James Bond trap. Let me tell you all my plans. I don't know. Did you have anything else? I had one more topic I wanted to talk about, which was the Oprah Winfrey conversation.
I do want to point out that I thought the story was, well, it was a dumb situation that when, again, she was complaining, but Robyn's complaining about the fact she went out to dinner with Cody. And the waitress kept giving her the side eye and she didn't know why. And then Cody finally realized that a week prior, he had gone to that same restaurant with Mary. And I just went, I just thought, well, that was dumb. Like, is this, like, what? How
Right.
dumb are you? How stupid are you? It's just, and they had the same waitress, and so she had to explain to the waitress that they're both the wives. But I'm like, is that the only Mexican restaurant that was in the area? It's the only place that served beans. Was that
Right.
right?
Right.
Like, could you not find beans anywhere else, Cody? And lemon water. Honestly,
The same waitress.
why the next week do you go back and said, I just thought it was dumb. That was dumb on Cody's part. And so I don't blame the waitress at all.
Right. Right. Well, the ironic part is, especially at this time, Mary was the wife.
Mm-hmm.
So he
All
might have
right.
introduced Mary as his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And if he had any like, oh, that Mary is my wife, and then you bring another woman there, and especially a younger woman, and you introduce her as your wife also, and
Mm-hmm.
especially if it's a situation where you're far more openly affectionate to this younger woman,
Mm-hmm.
most people would take offense to that.
Yeah.
You know, first thing. But the second thing, you know, when it comes to the victimology thing, I'll say this: story time. When I was a young man, like my family, we did some traveling and stuff, and part of like the travels that we went to, like I went down to Disney all the time and all that in Florida, and there was one year I remember we were down in the hotels, and my dad, my brother, and I were walking down to the swimming pool, and as we were walking down to the swimming pool, some of the other hotel guests saw us coming. And obviously, we were going swimming. We had the shorts on and the towels and stuff. And when they saw us coming, they started like the parents and stuff started calling their kids to get out of the pool because they didn't want their kids swimming with us when we were on the way down to the pool, right? And obviously for obvious reasons. And so they calling their kids out of the pool like we crocodiles or something, head down, down to the pool like we alligators, head to the pool like, oh hell no, get out the water, get out the water. They call them, yelling at them, screaming, get out the water. And they got out of the water, and for about a half hour or so, my dad, my brother, and I were the only ones in the pool, like in the pool area.
Mm-hmm.
And that same, like within that maybe a half hour or so, another kid comes down, another family comes down. And they had a son who was about my age, little it's a white boy, white family. And they came down, and they get in the pool. And me and this boy, we were fast friends. Like we were buddies, hanging out, we were swimming together. And it got to the point where he had like I had the mask, and he had the mask and snorkel. And I had been snorkeling before, and we little kids, and this is a long time ago, so don't get too crazy. But we little kids, and so he like takes his thing, like, you want to use my mask and snorkel? So he gave me the mask, and we're switching, like we're switching his mask and snorkel between the two of them. So the snorkel is the thing that goes in your mouth, by the way, for those who may not know. And with those two experiences in the same time frame, like I had one hyper negative experience and I had one extremely positive experience. In fact, it got to the point where we had came, I think, everybody does like the 5 or 7 days at Disney or whatever. We
Mm-hmm.
had came earlier, and we were leaving, I think like a couple days before he left. That little boy cried like a baby because I was leaving.
Aww.
His best friend, like, oh, I'll never forget it. Of those two experiences, you could take, you could look at it, experiencing that, you could look at that and say, focus on the negative part of what happened in that scenario and say, oh, this is what everybody is like, and I'm so mistreated and I'm so put upon. The world is such a terrible place with horrible people. Or you could focus on the positive that was down there. You know what I mean? And I think that that's
Mm-hmm.
the difference between like where Robin and even some of the other sister wives are when they talk about polygamy. You could focus on the negatives that happen as far as you being the subject of like whatever discrimination or whatever, or you could focus on the positives that not everybody is like that because you've had both experiences. You've had the experience where you've gone down. I've had the experience where I've gone down to a pool and something terrible happened. And I've
Yeah.
also had the experience where I've gone down to that same pool in the same time frame and something crazy positive happened. So do I look at everybody and judge them based on the first experience or the second experience? And what I feel like when I hear them talk about like how big a victim they are and how put upon they are and how crazy it is, and especially being as though ROBYN isn't even a part of the group. That would be like if I was down there with a friend and they saw me coming to the pool and they say, get out of the pool because James is coming, and my friend is standing there. Now he wants to talk about how bad he feels. Like, what do you feel? Well, they get out of the pool because you was here. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where ROBYN is. Like the people aren't acting this way because of you. They're acting this way because of your parents, decisions your parents are making, and you're new to polygamy, and you don't understand what it's like to be a polygamist. So the fact that they're making themselves like such victims, this is where I kind of take offense a little bit to the whole scenario, because this is people talking shit about you a little bit is not that bad.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that bad, especially they're not your friends or family. Who cares? You know, get over yourself. Not everybody has to accept your situation, but the fact that they choose to be hyper focused on a negative aspect of not everybody accepting them. Everybody doesn't have to accept your life or lifestyle. You know what I mean? That's part of being, you know, who we are. So, but yeah, that's the end of story time. That's my piece. I'll crawl down off my my
it's a good story and a perfect analogy.
Yeah, but it's just crazy to me, especially when I listen to them talk. Oh, everybody doesn't love polygamists. They view us bad. Who gives a shit? Like, especially if your family is alive and healthy and you enjoy each other's company, what do you care that this guy down the street has a problem with it? He ain't in your house. Unless that dude is responsible for your light bill, I wouldn't be concerned about it. I wouldn't be over concerned about it. But
yeah,
you know.
And well, it makes you wonder, does she really feel that way? Or is she just trying to have a storyline? Is she just trying to get sympathy from everybody? And if that's the case, it's completely backfiring, because now she just looks like a whiner and a complainer and a victim all the time. Just be who you are and just embrace it. Like, oh, yeah, I hear that this is all going on. I'm new to it. I may experience it, but right now I'm lucky that I'm coming into polygamy at the time that the show's coming out and people are accepting it. Like, you know, just embrace the fact that you haven't received the same thing. But when you act like you're a part of it, then no one's going to like you because nobody can trust or believe you.
Right. Yeah. And that's just the way it kind of worked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think that's all it is with the way that she approached it, is that you and this is the problem I have with like putting yourself in that mindset where you're always looking for the negative. Because when you look for the negative, you're going to find the negative. So if you walk into a room and you expect that everybody in the room is going to be prejudiced against you, then you expect everybody in the room to be prejudiced against you.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so you'll find the one guy in the room that doesn't like polygamists, when the whole room does. Nobody in the room cares. And in fact, the reason why you don't know about those other people is because they don't even care. They don't care enough to even notice that you're a polygamist. So it doesn't even cross their mind that you're in there and you're part of a polygamous relationship or whatever the case may be. They don't. It's so far away from them that they don't. Of course, they're not going to mention it or talk. Oh, celebrate you, or because it doesn't affect them. It's not on their radar. But the one guy in a 100 crowd, 100 person room has a problem with it. That's the person you're always going to find and be sitting there arguing with that person all night. You know, it's like the Facebook. Like you have like 100 messages. They're like, yeah, you go, you tell the truth, dude, or you go, girl. And you'll find the one person who disagrees with you. That's the one person that you argue with.
Yeah.
You know.
There have been a couple times that people will write comments, especially like early on, that people are like, who's this chick that just keeps talking? And I was just like, wait, I'm the only one on the video. And I'm like, isn't that what we're supposed to do? I'm so confused. I remember writing back going, who, me? I'm like, I want to clarify here. And they never wrote back again.
Why she, why she keep talking on her
Is it
channel?
one of
That's
the
awesome.
clips? Yeah, is it a clip? Did I do too many clips and you don't like that? I don't think so. I think she's talking about
Right.
oh, maybe I should do a song and dance next time. I don't know. It's very funny though. I find it all funny. I don't take offense. I mean, if it's mean, like downright mean, I'll just delete it. But there's not that
Right.
many of those. Most of them are just people who just like are just having a
That's
bad
funny.
day or just are like Robins of the world and just need to
Right.
like throw out negativity for whatever reason. So it
That's
doesn't
awesome.
bother me. That does take us up to Oprah though.
Yeah, because with Oprah, just as a backsplash of the thing, Oprah is one of the characters that Christine and I think even Mary had mentioned, like being so enthralled with the idea or having the opportunity to meet Oprah and talk with her that Robyn said that, you know, when she wrote her little checklist out when she got divorced from her first husband, she wrote out a checklist of all these things she wants to do with her life. And one of those things that she wanted to do was to meet Oprah. And she wrote that on her, I guess, Dreamcaster list.
Mm.
And then she makes note that when she met Oprah, you know, it was always her life and dream, and she was going to talk about how you've inspired me, and you're the great, you're like my spirit animal, or whatever she said.
Yeah.
And she go one of the things that kind of tripped me out, and she says, her talking about her experience in meeting with Oprah. She says, when you watch Oprah on TV, this is page 258.
Mm-hmm.
Says when you watch Oprah on TV, it is a magical experience. The environment is warm and friendly. It's a place for dreams and aspirations. But sitting there in this old cold in that cold sound stage, I realized that Oprah is just a television show.
Hmm.
Like all other television programs, it creates fantasies for the at-home viewers. It's part make-believe. It invites them into a world that doesn't entirely exist. I realized that the magic I had watched on TV wasn't real. And for me, I thought that was a fantastic description of the polygamy propaganda program. I
Mm-hmm.
thought that that was spot on. And it was one of those things where, do you realize what you're saying? Hey, that your life and lifestyle is not warm and fuzzy, and it is a fantasy, and it doesn't work, but you're
Mm-hmm.
trying to make it seem like it's a great place. Do you realize what you're saying? And it
Mm-hmm.
also struck me funny that I could understand if Oprah was the first interview that they did in the
Mm-hmm.
criticism. I
Right.
could understand if that was the first one they did.
Right.
But for those that don't know, every television show, including the couch scenes that they do, the couch confessionals,
Mm-hmm.
all of those are in a sound studio. Sound studios look like big warehouses, like big rooms, and they'll be subdivided into different sound stages or whatever. If you go to a TV show,
Mm-hmm.
it'll be like the 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 frame of a house outside, and
Mm-hmm.
then inside it'll be beautifully decorated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It'll look like a house on the inside, but if you go outside, it's just that room. They're not
Yeah.
building houses and filming in houses. They build a room, and in that
Mm-hmm.
room, you know, that's where they have the stuff. And the ceilings are high. It's a big room because if, especially for talk shows, if you had a small room in a closed-in space and you guys were having this intimate conversation, then if
Mm-hmm.
somebody in the back said, you know, oh, Robyn is such and such and such, and she's a home wrecker, then you would hear that on the soundstage. The microphones would pick that up, those conversations up. So you're not only in a big room with high ceilings, but you're relatively far away from the people who are on the stage. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not a close situation. And again, Oprah wasn't the first show they went on. They were
Mm-hmm.
on Good Morning America. They were
Mm-hmm.
on the Joy Behar show. They were on a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what were your thoughts on that?
Let me just add, on top of what you quoted her saying, she also said that I I don't remember you saying this. It was this instead of it being a soft colors and low lights, it was rickety. The furniture looked temporary. It was cold and felt like a warehouse. And she felt distant from both the audience and from the Oprah experience, which I just thought was amazing. But I wrote that exact same thing. I'm like, you've done other interviews on other shows. You know what a soundstage looks like. All sound stages are the same. They're big, open, vaulted rooms with this stage that just looks all pretty because the camera is zooming in on just this little frame. And everything else is just, they're cold, because that's how they do everything with all the equipment. All of them are cold. Have you listened to any late night talk show? It's like the one joke that goes over and over again, like how cold it is on the, I mean, they're cold inside there. I've been to Jimmy Kimmel's once when I was visiting my daughter when she lived in LA. But I've been on a couple local television sets, and that's the same thing. Local news, all of them. It's just, they all look exactly the same. So is she really stupid and she thought Oprah's look completely different than all the rest of the sites that she was on? Or is this just a lie and she's just trying to throw now digs at Oprah? And so she wrote, I realized the magic I had just watched on TV wasn't real, which is interesting because, like you say, there's that whole comparison to their show and how none of it's real. But just the concept that the actual show that you're seeing on your screen is not going to be exactly the same in real life. I wrote, wow, Robyn, you're growing up.
Right.
I'm so proud of you. And then I just wrote Sesame Street in the margin because probably one of my earliest memories, I do remember being in preschool on one day, just because my mother couldn't come to parent night. And I didn't even understand what a parent night was. I remember her saying, I'm so sorry, I can't be there. Here's a special pin. You wear this and look at it and think of me. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I didn't know what was happening or anything until we sat down, and I thought I was in preschool. Like, when we came in, we had to sit in the circle and look at the teacher, and we did all the things we normally do. And so that was to show the parents. The parents came in afterwards and sat behind all the kids. Never heard it. I was totally focused on everything. And they're like, okay. And then she goes, get up and go to your parents. And I'm like, my parents? And I remember getting up and looking. And then the neighbor whose daughter went there, the neighbor's mom was like, hi, Jenny, come here. I'm here for you. I give you that. But, and I'm like, and then like it was all clicking and it was coming in. So, okay. So this is my earliest memory. Right around this same time, I remember watching Sesame Street on TV and wanting so bad to be on Sesame Street because it just seemed magical. Like, that's a world that I want to live in. And I just thought it was so great. And I remember thinking, if I break the screen, can I crawl in and be on Sesame Street?
In that world, right?
Yeah. Like, I just kept thinking, could I do that? Would I be in trouble? And would I get on Sesame Street? It's right in there, so it's that kind of really, really young, stupid, how old are you when you watch Sesame Street? You don't even, around preschool, kindergarten age. So she figured it out just now. Somehow I figured out I should not take my shoe and hit that television.
Right.
Maybe that's not all completely real.
Well, good. Yeah, right. How long would that punishment have been? You did what?
I know. Oh my goodness, that would have been. Yeah, we were not rich growing up. That would have been in trouble for a long time.
They're like, oh, Jenny, she needs some help. But but the funny part that, I guess, the adventures aren't real. The tooth fairy isn't a thing. Like, it's just like, I think that there's a point where part of me, when I read that, I was like, either she is the most naive woman walking around on two legs, or especially because she didn't go after anybody else that way. I think what happened was, when you are on one of these shows, you think that your star power is a lot stronger than it actually is. You understand what I mean? Like, so you're on Sister Wives and it's a top-rated reality show. But as far as like Hollywood and some of the bigger like media public would be concerned, you aren't even a D-list star.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not even a D-list personality. Yeah, I know who you are, but broader spectrum wise, no, you're not that one.
Mhm.
So she's thinking like she's Michael Jackson,
Oh yeah.
coming on doing an interview with Oprah.
Mhm.
And so I can see, I don't have anything to prove. This is just my suspicion, my speculation. I can see a scenario where you think that you're going to get one type of reception. Oprah, you're just a person on the show who has a popular show and a book coming out. So she brings you on because it's something that people are talking about. And you're kind of in that space where you're between the kid who, hit a home run at the local ball game or whatever, had a no strike or no hitter at the throughout the season, and playing little league, and maybe somebody who found a dog or something. Like, you're in that area at any moment. In other words, in any moment your show could get bumped. Like, you're a
Mhm.
bumpable. you know if somebody say, hey, I want to come on, if Tom Cruise would have called him and say, hey, I want to be on the Oprah Winfrey show this week, I got a movie coming out, sorry, Brown family,
That's
well, maybe
right.
better luck next time.
We're gone. Yep.
Right. And because Oprah didn't, she's trying to give these flowery things to Oprah. And I can even see a scenario. I'll build on it. I can see a scenario where Robyn goes over and tells Oprah, like, oh, I'm such a huge fan. I've watched your show. You've been such an inspiration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Flower, flower, flower. And Oprah says, wow, that's amazing. I'm going to have to try to get around to watching one of your episodes. You know what I mean? I've never
Yeah.
even seen your show. They
Yeah.
brought you on the show because this is what my producer told me you're about. And
Yeah.
I said it'd be an interesting topic, but I've never seen the show, like
Mhm.
a full
When
episode.
Yeah, when I read this too, I got the impression that Robyn expected the same thing in return. Oh, I
Mm-hmm.
love your show. I just can't wait. And I'm so curious about it. And it would be so great if we could get lunch and just talk about, because I'm so
Right, right,
interested in the polygamous lifestyle. Like, I think she thought she was going to get a bestie out of this
right.
situation, that she was going to love Robyn as much as Robyn loved her. And that didn't work. The only compliment, well, kind of two. She did say that Oprah was a good like producer. She was busy telling people all the little mundane things they had to do around the set, and that
Right.
she was good at being a producer. And had she not been on the set, she just looked like any other businesswoman, which then again brought her back down again, because I think that she's kind of at a level producing that show.
Right.
And the amount of attention it got and the success that it had, not like any other. Okay. So I felt like that was her trying to knock her down a peg after that little bit of a compliment she gave her. But then she goes on to say that she sat down beside her, and she told her how wonderful Robyn told Oprah how wonderful she was and what an inspiration she was to Robyn.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing she says nice is she was humble and sweet. But then she goes
Right.
on to say, I realized then that Oprah is a woman just like me. And then we have a whole paragraph comparing how Oprah is just like Robyn in here. Like, she is knocking Oprah Winfrey
Right. Right.
down. And she even said, I realized I had made her into some sort of demagogue when she probably had just been doing what God called her to do, just
Right.
like
Right.
God called me to do this. We learned that earlier in the chapter. It really grounded me and made me realize that, TV or not, we are all just people trying to get through the day. She minimized Oprah all the way
Right.
down to just an average Joe trying to get through the day. I'm sorry. Oprah's so successful. She is a brilliant woman who
Right.
has really done amazing things. And for her to basically say, you know what? She's like, and it's not like, obviously there's times it's like, oh, they were really relatable. So, like, stars, they're just like us. They drink coffee too, kind of thing.
Right.
She just really goes through all these sentences, and we have about 10 sentences of her degrading and minimizing the success of Oprah, with only one, she's a good businesswoman, and the other sentence was she was humble and sweet. Other than
Right.
that, we've got 10 other sentences saying, yeah, she's just an average Joe. Yeah, nothing special here. I don't know.
Well, because the crazy part with that is that the way she describes it, she talks about it like, yeah, Oprah is just like me. Not
Yeah,
I'm just like Oprah or
right.
Oprah is one of us. She's just like me.
You're
You
right.
know,
The grammar of that sentence is priceless. It really
right.
is.
Right. It's insane. It's insane
Yeah.
because when you look at the accomplishments, because if you look at Oprah's career, it's not just the fact that she's risen to the top of the media empire. Like she has an entire media empire under herself.
Right.
Just
Right.
that alone is
Yeah.
impressive. But if you look at where she started, where she was actually fired off of shows because she complained about her payment, because her and her male counterpart, who had done the show with her, she had co-starred on a news program early on, and the disparity between, like, I think he was making 2 to 3 times more money than she was.
Mm,
She went about it and complained about it. Why is he making so much money? Oh, he has a family. And she got fired off of that show.
mm,
And for her to go from those humble beginnings,
mm.
for her to get dismissed and fired off a show, to being the person who is at the top of the, like, she's up there with like Barbara Walters and maybe even
Yeah.
surpassed Barbara Walters for the most part. But she's up there as far as the people she's interviewed and talked to, insane. Like her resume is ridiculous. And for
Hmm.
Robin to compare herself to it would be the equivalent of somebody who started playing like in their freshman year of high school, they made varsity on their, you know, on their high school team that maybe high school has 400 or 500 people. They made varsity in their freshman year, and they're comparing their basketball experience to Michael Jordan.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
oh, when I started doing karaoke, I got a standing ovation. You know what that's like, Michael Jackson. Like what the
Hmm.
shit? What? Are you insane? Like you guys are not even on the same. Forget the same level. You guys ain't even in the same building. Like, what are
Yeah.
you talking? But it's crazy to me. It's crazy.
Is that was a priceless nugget that she left us with at the end of the
Yeah.
chapter. It really
But
was.
but the more I think about it, I think that like I really believe that it was something where she thought she was going to get a reception from Oprah.
Hmm.
Like you said, like I think it was a thing of when I tell Oprah that I like her work, she's of course going to look at me and be like, I
Yeah.
appreciate your struggles. And then she's going to invite me to lunch and we're going to be besties.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
100%. That's completely how it reads. Like,
right,
'cause, I mean, she was on her dream vision board. Like, this is somebody
right,
that she really, really idolized. And you can tell just from reading this that Robin thinks she's all that. She can't understand when other people don't understand that she's all, like from her
right,
perspective, like, I am so great. Why are people not getting it? How dumb are these American women
right, right.
watching this show? My goodness. And you producers, you're doing a rotten job of getting the message out. Like everybody's to blame in her world. Everybody.
Right. They can't see how wonderful I am because you guys keep messing up my sides.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it is also the point too where she does the she has that expression, but she doesn't quite understand. Like you can't be the quiet, shy one, and
Hmm.
then you want to be overly assertive.
Right.
And so you try to come off on the show like you're the quiet, innocent wife, but then you get in there with Oprah, all of a sudden you're super assertive. Not to mention because even now that I'm putting it together, not to mention when you're somebody like Oprah Winfrey, she's been famous for a long time. She has been exposed to a lot of people. And the one thing I will say about money is that especially if you get money, your first generation money, like you make the money, your family didn't necessarily come from money, but you make money, or you win money in a lottery. The thing with money, they say money changes people. Money doesn't necessarily change people as much as it may change the people around you. And you become sensitive to people who use you because of your position and maybe what you have. And so Oprah, like Robin may think that, okay, I'm going to give her some new rap and I'm going to tell her some things and I'm going to con her this way and that way. Next thing you know, we're going to be friends. Oprah may look at that same situation and say, clearly you're like the 10th person this hour that's come to me and want to be my best friend. but none of you want to be my friend, will want to be my friend or even know who I am, but for this TV show. But for the fact I'm Oprah Winfrey, if I was walking down the street, you wouldn't spend 2 seconds on worrying about who I am and what I am and being connected to me. But because I have this TV show and I could give you, because if she had became friends with Oprah, she would have got elevated. Like ROBYN would have got elevated. She might have came out of the Brown family, honestly. But
Yeah.
Oprah might have recognized like who she was. I'm like, oh no, nope. That's nice.
If she watched any of the show leading up to this, was the interview before the show came out or was it after it premiered already? Do you know?
I think the show was already out. I think they did the Oprah interview.
Oh, right, because the interviews were all shown at the beginning of season 2, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah. So they would have known. So so if Oprah does her homework, I'm sure she watched some of the shows and she probably caught a bit of ROBYN and went, well, this wife. Like they're all kind of sweet and nice, and this is very interesting, but this one I can just see is gonna upset the apple cart. I mean, Oprah, with the amount of therapists that she's had on that show and the wisdom that she's gained, she probably read right through ROBYN right from the get-go and just knew like this chick. And then it ended up being coincidence, that ROBYN ended up sitting next to Oprah. I think that ROBYN saw to it that she sat next to Oprah.
Yeah, she positioned herself. It says here that the Oprah Winfrey Show episode dated the 14th of October 2010. Because remember, it would have been a week after the show aired.
Okay, so she saw the first episode.
Yeah, so it probably would have been like because it was like what did I say? The show aired, I think, on the 22nd, the 26th. So yeah, it would have been about 2 weeks. So it would have been about episode 3 that they would have been on.
Perfect. We saw Christine go, she better be great.
Right. Yeah, so I think that's how it worked out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Especially our early show, like there's no way, like the fact that you guys had the shine that you had even now was like if you had been on the show even for the 18 seasons and you went to Oprah Winfrey show, she might do a show, but you still wouldn't be a top tier person on her show.
No, not at all. I mean, she was, for being Oprah, she was doing them a favor because she didn't do a whole lot of unknown premiered shows kind of stuff. So that was a favor to somebody, or somebody got canceled, or, at the last minute, it's like, oh, well, this family's in town. So like, sure, let's put them on. That seems interesting. We'll go ahead and do it. That definitely wasn't top tier talent because Oprah had amazing guests on her show. At the very end, I like how ROBYN concludes her last paragraph with another self-aggrandizing statement. No matter how many televised interviews I do, or how many famous people I meet, how many seasons of this show runs, there is one constant in my life. What matters to me is when the dust settles, the lights are turned off, oh, blah, 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 blah. Family, faith, and love, and my responsibility to myself and others. I don't even know what that means. My responsibility to myself and others. I was like, it's like word salad there. I'm like, are you not responsible before? Like, anyway, sometimes people just like want to add more words because it looks better. But I just love how that was like how she has to start it off with, no matter how many times people are really hunting me down for interviews, no matter how much sleepless nights I have because I have to serve my public, no matter how hard it is to walk down the street because everybody wants to take a picture with me and give autographs, I just want you to know I still have family, faith, love, and responsibility as the top of my list. Okay, ROBYN. Thank you.
Right.
Perfect way to end it. Perfect.
And it's the idea that this, and again, this is the weird part about it. This is the contradiction of what was throughout the entire chapter, because even in our last statement, because the closing, technically, this was the last chapter of the book, the official last chapter of the book. And she makes the argument that, what matters to me when the dust settles and the lights are turned off is what mattered before all of this started. So all of this doesn't matter to her. This is what she's saying.
Yeah.
The show, the fans, people's perspectives, none of that matters. All
Mm.
that matters is her family, faith, love, and her responsibilities to herself and to others. But that's not true
Yeah.
because you Tim and complain about how you were being perceived on the show. And the
Mhm.
fact that there was another part of that too, where she was complaining to Tim about how she's being perceived on the show. Let's be honest with that. The only way, what was the other thing she said? She said she realized that she was one of the lower ranking sister wives. So what do you care if you're one of the lower ranking sister wives?
Yes.
What do you care?
Yes.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah, that was
obviously,
that whole, there was like 2 whole pages of her just complaining about how wrong everyone is and how she ends up at the bottom of every sister wives poll. I'm like, I didn't even know there was a sister wives poll.
yeah.
But the
Oh, there
fact
is.
that
Yeah.
she will just keep looking at it to see if she can get out of last place. Like
Right.
she can't help herself, and she uses words around there like she literally has an inability to keep herself off of social media. She'll say internet commentary. I try not to dwell on internet commentary, but since I think it's important to interact with the fans, I can't entirely avoid it. Yeah, you can, because you do now. You've
Right.
somehow
Right.
learned, didn't you, to stay away from it.
See, because the thing is, I know that that's what she says, but people with these types of personalities, I
Yeah.
don't think they can. Like, I don't think that knowing that somebody is talking about them bothers them more than anything else. And so,
True. She is reading what's out. She shut down her media page, so she doesn't have her own media pages, but the rest of the stuff, if there's still a sister wives poll out there somewhere, I don't know where it was, she's still monitoring it.
right.
Yeah.
And like these videos, like that's why I say all the time, like if Cody or one of y'all want to respond to anything that we say, you disagree, you're more than welcome to come on. Open invitation to come on the show. I'll bring you on whatever. But I if you get enough traction, especially on some of the videos or some of the topics or whatever, there's a strong possibility that they've seen it. Because again, we're not necessarily dealing with A-list actors. These aren't, you're not talking about Brad Pitt or whoever the young guy is, the younger folks are. You're not talking about them.
Yeah.
You're talking about, Robyn and Cody. So they probably are looking at some of these videos and hearing what we're saying. That's why I'm not
That blows my
what I
mind.
say.
I cannot. Yeah, it totally blows my mind to think that anybody in the family would ever see one of these videos.
Oh no, I'm sure they've seen them.
You
Because
think?
I've actually.
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
I know.
yours. You have more followers than I do.
No, I wouldn't be surprised because we're all in the same pool. We're all in the same pool, and it's just the way it kind of works. Like it's because I've said some things and I've heard where they like made commentary about some of the things I've said, and it's not like it could be a thing where I won't say it's the subject, but it's the way I phrase something. I've heard like feedback of how they said it that I know that they're talking about me.
Interesting.
But
Well, hey, if you're all watching, come on James' channel.
right,
I'll join.
Right, we could do this.
He's the man.
I want to be nasty to anybody. It's just that I just want to set the record straight. So if
Right.
I have something wrong, and I'm willing to admit that if I have something wrong, I'm willing to listen to somebody say, no, you have it wrong. This is what was going on. But at the same time, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be like, you're not going to feed me a whole line of shit and then tell me that, it's strawberries and chocolate. Like I'm not, I'm not doing it. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I 100%. I 100% agree. And that's like half my video. I go, unless I have this wrong, if I had $1 for every time I'm like, unless somebody knows something I don't know,
right.
I'm just commenting on what I know. I'm not making anything up. I'm just giving my response to what I see, what I read.
Right.
But there's a lot of gaps. So,
right.
All I can do is do my best at trying to decipher what's in front of me and what's on the screen. So if I have it wrong, by all means, let me know. There are some people who have inside scoop. I know on my Welcome to Plathville reviews, I have some people write comments down below about things about different family members and that. I'm like, they know these people.
Right,
Like, they know. And I'm like, well, thanks for sharing. I didn't know that. And I didn't know that. So there are people who watch, I don't know if anyone on Sister Wives watches this, but for Welcome to Plathville, and I don't have a whole lot of people that watch that because I don't think it gets as many views as viewers, the show in general. But something else I was going to say here. Oh, she also adds, so much of my marriage is tied up in the show, which I thought was a
right.
little bit telling when I read it. It made me think that, like, from the beginning, she saw the show and the marriage together, like they were one.
Right.
You know, we keep hypothesizing and trying to put the pieces together, like what came first, the chicken or the egg, and everything. And it just seems so clear that there was a clear intention for her to get
Mhm.
onto this show and thus connect herself to Cody to do it. So I thought that sentence was really telling for her to say that they were, because I'm like, it shouldn't be. They're two completely separate things. Like, your marriage shouldn't be tied up in the show. And I mean, I know they both take time, but your marriage should almost be better because now you're not at work full time, you know, working at wherever you can find a job because you have a second income. So now you can be spending time with your family. So I just thought that was an interesting kind of revealing statement. And then she goes on to say, it's impossible not to be aware of the feedback. This goes hand in hand with what she said earlier. Like, she's just repeating herself with different words. Impossible to not be aware of the feedback and the audience reactions. And I just wrote, no, it's not.
Right.
You know, like, I mean, keep yourself a little bit busy, Robyn. I just don't, because, like, I so desperately want to read every single comment that's under my things because I feel like I have a good relationship with a lot of my viewers. I just don't always have the time. So I love it if I find myself with like a half a day where I'm like, I literally, my retreats are just done. It's like 4 months before my next one. Like, I really, I could make a video, but like, I could do whatever I want all afternoon. Like, my
Right.
life isn't that way. I'm pretty programmed to have a lot going on. So I love it when I can just sit down in bed with my laptop and just read the comments and all that. So I would have to say it's pretty easy if you wanted to ignore them.
Right.
To ignore them. I'm having a hard time finding enough time to read them because I want to comment on them. But if she knows that they're not so positive, but it's an impossible thing to stay away from, it's impossible for Robyn. It's not impossible, but it's impossible for Robyn because of who
Right.
she is and her just need and obsession with appearances and to, I guess, to be liked. I feel like Christine is more the person who's a little bit more obsessed with being liked. So she's the quintessential person who wants to be liked in one way. And it's like, I'm just always going to be happy. And, you know, because
Right.
I want everyone to like me. So like when I say that phrase, that's sort of what I picture. She wants to be liked, but she doesn't want to put any effort into it.
Right.
You
Right.
know, she just
Well, you
wants
want
it
to
to be. Yeah.
well, because that's what I meant by like the when people have a certain expectation, and there's nothing wrong with having expectations because honestly, like I have expectations that when I interact with people that I'll be treated with respect. And
Yeah.
so there's nothing wrong with going into it with that expectation. And in most cases, when you have that expectation, people will meet your expectations. But
Mm-hmm.
the problem that she has is there's a difference between you expecting people to respect your situation and demanding that people respect your situation so that you can command respect versus demanding people give you adoration.
Mm-hmm.
There's miles between that. Like I might respect people, you know, just for the fact that you're a person, but I'm not going to adore you and want to be around you and like you because you walk into the room and you smile in my face. That's not enough. And I think that that's where she is. And the fact that you come off disingenuous, again, I keep falling back on that, but I think that that is a huge problem that she has. Is that everything that you say and the things that you do, it just comes off super calculated. And because it comes off super calculated, that makes me not trust you. And if I can't trust you, nobody wants to be around somebody who they can't trust. It's better to have a false friend than a true enemy than a false friend. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd rather know somebody doesn't like me for who I am. I'm fine with that. Like if I don't like you, James, you're terrible. Okay, I can deal with that. But don't sit here and pretend to be my friend and pretend to be cool with me and stabbing me in the back the whole time. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. Like, as far as like, if they embrace the fact that people don't like you, okay, there's going to be people who don't like you. Not everybody, like, as an example, not everybody likes Mary. There's a lot of people who don't like Mary, but
Mm-hmm.
Mary is a sister wife who the people who like Mary really like Mary. There are
Mm-hmm.
people who identify with Mary.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
you could be who you are, and you'll have some people who like you. Might not be the favorite, but you'll have people who are in your corner. Cody and ROBYN are the few people on the show, at least the few people on the show who, at least as far as I know and from what I can see, don't have anybody who's like, I love their character, I love their personality.
Yeah.
I want to hang out with them and talk to them for an afternoon. Like, they're the
Yeah.
only ones that are that way, and I think that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah. Completely agree. Yeah. No, I completely agree. Oh, and a lack of self-awareness again, that it'll never change, which is why the show continues to go on.
Right. That's what keeps it's the grease in the wheels,
Yeah.
greasing the gears. It keeps
really
it moving.
is. It really is. Who was it? Heather McDonald on one of her podcasts. I used to listen to her a couple years ago, and I remember her saying that I just don't have time anymore. But she said that she was watching Sister Wives, and so I remember listening to the podcast and watching it when she would have reviews of it. Not really reviews, but it was one of the topics she would cover. And she kept saying, this is the most boring show on television, and I cannot stop watching. So it was like especially like during the dry season, the mid-year period of time, where it was kind of like, well, what can we do for another episode here? She was still, and I was too. I was still hooked into it. I don't know why. I don't know why. But then when it gets good, it's absolutely amazing, which makes me a little concerned. I think that if all of a sudden, I mean, I just don't think they can change. It's been too many years, but because Cody can't pretend to be who he was early on. He even admitted it was an act at the beginning. So, and there's no going back to that, because it would be so disingenuous and nobody would buy it. So where he is right now, if we're going to get true feelings and all that, this is going to carry on for a while. But if they get to the point that they're not doing it anymore, and I don't remember where I was going with this.
I
need to go to bed, James.
I'll say this about Juicy Scoop, Heather McDonald. I've been calling her Juicy this and Juicy that all the time. She's from Juicy Scoop. But because Christine did an interview with her. But
right. Yes, she did. Yes, I saw. Yeah. I reviewed that. Yeah.
I couldn't get the name for nothing. But I'll say this, like with the show, part of they have to have in order for ROBYN and Cody to acknowledge in order for them to rehabilitate their image, or at least begin to rehabilitate their image, they have to have that come to Jesus moment where they actually stop, tell the truth, put it all out there, and then move on from there. Yeah. What can't happen is like Cody, I think early on, he said that when we were first married, we would give each other the cloak of charity or something to that respect, where we would ignore certain problems and we would give each other the benefit of the doubt. And that time has now passed. Once the relationship is over, that's where he is with the audience. After the first couple seasons and people started realizing that this was fake and you weren't being genuine on TV, they stopped giving you the cloak of charity. They don't give you the benefit of the doubt anymore. And because they don't give you the benefit of the doubt, everything you do is perceived to be an evil thing or the wrong thing to do. Yeah. So in order for you to reestablish yourself, you have to come out and say, yeah, I was a jerk when it came to this and this and this. I was dishonest here. This is where I was wrong. I hurt these women. I apologize to these women. I'm going to try to make them whole for the things that they gave me. And from there, he could probably start over again. But you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to talk your way out of this. Like, this is not a situation where you can explain to us or give us a story or tell us how bad you feel and how us not liking you has hurt your feelings and made your situation hard to deal with. Because it doesn't, like, for the most part, most of the fan base, they don't care.
Yeah.
Because they never built that bond with him. So
yeah, that won't read well. I remember what I was going to say. I was watching Vanderpump Rules since its inception too, and I watched every single season, every single episode. And there's a gazillion of them, I think more than Sister Wives, because their seasons were so long. Had so many episodes. They'd have like 28 episode seasons, and it got to the point that it was kind of like that, like watching paint dry kind of thing again, like this. But like I just sort of felt invested at that point, and so it was still kind of interesting to me to see where it was going. Well, then it like took off and got really juicy. So then it was amazing all last year, and now this year, because it went back down to normal. I didn't even finish the final reunion. I never even watched it. They had a 3-part reunion. I got through 2, and then I just gave up, and I thought, well, we'll see if anybody writes me and says it. I got one message. I should go back and check. I'm sure there's messages I haven't read, but I don't remember. I know I didn't read any message going, hey, where's part 3? You know, like it just, and then I'm like, I don't, okay, I'll watch it. I didn't even watch it. Like, I just don't care anymore. And I'm not going to watch it next season.
Right.
So I feel like if all of a sudden Cody and ROBYN just are like planting flowers and just trimming stuff off of trees and talking about how nice it is and how the next daughter is going to get her ears pierced and that'll be the end of this show. Like if we don't, you know, like when the drama all drops again after the culmination, I think it's going to be like that major air out of the balloon letdown thing. And then that'll be the end of the show again, also because like we won't believe it. And then we don't care anymore. So it's sort of like revamp the whole thing, figure out another direction you're going to go, or just, you know, make it the end of the show. So I'll be very interested to see how this season pans out and what direction they're going with it.
Well, because that's kind of where they are, though, because the show is it's only in the last, I think the overall, like Sister Wives, I think may last another 2 seasons. They may have another 2-3 seasons in them. But beyond that, I'm not sure where they're going to go. Now, could it lead to a possible spinoff? Maybe. But as far as like ROBYN and Cody's participation in the show, you better save your nickels.
Yeah.
Like that'd be my advice. Like you better save your nickels, because I don't know, like especially if you guys are trying to control the narrative about the show so much that you won't allow conflicts to be on the show. There was years ago, there was a Sister Wife, better example. There was a show, Real Housewives of Atlanta. And there was a character on there named Kim Zolciak. And she got married to a football player named Bierman.
Yeah, Troy.
Troy Bierman, right. And they wound up getting their own show. And for the Housewives, Sister Wives, she was extremely popular on Atlanta because she was the source of a lot of the drama, a lot of the conflict was from her. But when her and Troy got their own show, they tried to make it like we're a happy family and everything is great and wonderful and da-da-da-da. And the problem with that show was nobody wants to watch lifestyles of the fake rich and famous.
Yeah.
And they portrayed her life too good, and people lost interest in the show. They took away all the drama. It was just her like buying stuff. I'm having a house built. I'm getting a new Rolls Royce. I'm doing this big money thing. And nobody was really interested in watching that. And that show died on the vine. And then now they're struggling, you know.
Yeah, I think she's trying to get another show now that their marriage is in disarray and all that. She's like trying to like bring the cameras in. And
they're
like,
begging, but nobody's interested. Like they watch you come up, but nobody wanted to watch. Like they watched the marriage fall apart, and they were kind of interested in that. But once the marriage is actually dissolving, nobody cares. You know. And I think that that's kind of where Cody is. Even if him and ROBYN break up, nobody's like Christine got a big, huge bump because of her breakup with Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Janelle also got a huge bump, so did Mary.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think anybody is really going to care if ROBYN leaves Cody.
No.
Like, I don't think anybody's going to tune in specifically to watch that marriage dissolve. So
no, I don't think so either. I completely agree with you. Yeah. No.
But did you have any other thoughts as far as this chapter is concerned?
No. To what you were saying before, I had heard somewhere that they signed a 3-year contract. I just don't know if that 3-year contract was before last season, which would mean 2 more. I feel like, I don't know why that's in the back of my head, and I can't even tell you where I heard that information before, but I have no TLC insider or anything like that. It was, I don't know where it was. Maybe it was on Reddit, maybe it was on somebody's channel, but somebody had said that they had signed a 3-year contract, meaning that it would come back. It was, I think, around the Garrison time. So it was sort of like, oh, this should be the end of the show. And they're like, well, they have this. And I think that's when the information came out. So, I think it probably will run 2 more seasons because they already have 1 season in the can. And so that's already done. And they started filming the season after that. So that would be probably the last one, I would think. I mean, we'll see.
Right.
I could be wrong. That I think that Cody is going to actually try to be as big a dick as he's been because he wants to keep the show going. And I think he's just going to tell everybody, listen, I'm not going to mean anything, but I'm just going to do this because we need to keep the paycheck, which isn't going to fly with really anybody but ROBYN because the wives aren't going to be like, oh yeah, I'm all for that. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that.
You can emotionally traumatize me and my children so that you can get paid.
Yeah, and the kids don't get a dime, so they're not going to agree to such a thing. Right. But I think that's going to be his way of thinking of like, okay, let me continue to do what I did that made it so successful over these past. Because, he thinks it's all him. He thinks that he carried the show and he's the reason it got the ratings it did last year and why it's such a big deal. He's probably trying to get more money out of him as we speak, saying, whoa, if it weren't for me, and it's kind of like, well, no, we were really interested in Christine's perspective on leaving you. Like that's the storyline we were following. And then Janelle doing it too. That's the storyline we were interested in. We were not interested in your perspective on any of it. Like we can all guess what it is. We know you. We can read you like a book, Cody.
Well, because even if it is like, it is, the crazy part is that even if it is him, the producers of the show, the truth of the matter is that, and this is one of the things that I was saying, this is part of the reason why I say that I don't know how much longer the show can continue, because the only conflict that they can really have, they're all separate couples now.
Yeah.
So Janelle and Mary are singles. Christine is already married to another dude, has her own family, which leaves ROBYN and Cody. And they really, because they don't have any minor children, the only minor child that still exists between the OG3 and Cody is Truly. And she only has a couple years left.
Yeah.
So a few years left. So from that respect, there's really, and she's old enough. I mean, honestly, Truly's old enough to where Cody and Christine don't even have to talk to each other. He could just pull up to the house. Truly can come on out, get in the car, and then they take off.
Yeah.
So it's not even a real thing where they would have any reason to interact with each other, which is a fundamental problem because the interactions that they have can't be organic. So even if they did interact with one another and have a conflict from that interaction, the fact that they're in the same place at the same time wouldn't make sense. Yeah. And that's the biggest challenge I think they're going to have moving forward. Like, because any conflicts they have wouldn't make sense. Because especially if I was Christine's husband, I'm looking at it and she'll come home and complain, Cody's being an asshole. Well, why are you meeting with Cody? What are you still talking to that clown for? Leave him alone. Why are you aggravating yourself? Let it go. Forget him. Like, we're going to go do our thing. So it's just, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only way they might be able to keep this show, Cody, don't get greedy. There's an old Southern saying that I always like. Well, not always love, but it's an old Southern saying. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. So get greedy, the show is gone. The the show is going, because you guys just aren't, like, you're valuable because people are watching the show and they're showing interest in the show, but you're not as valuable as you need to pay me $500,000 to be on this show to do season 20. Like, you're not that valuable,
No,
you know.
no. And I could see that happening.
Yeah.
Although he's so scared of poverty, he would go the other way too if he found out. Like when he could see him demanding it, and then them saying no, and like, we're going to cancel you, and him going, no, 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 I meant half, not double.
Right.
I'll do it for half, because he did that already. He's already cut his
Right.
salary in half back in the lean years when the show was kind of like watching paint dry, and it was not getting any better. It was like great at the beginning when we were first learning about it, and then it kind of lulled. And to his credit, it swung up at the end.
Right.
Now it will carry through this season because we've got the Garrison storyline. We also have the Gwendolyn storyline that were
Right.
both filmed and are going to be covered. So there is some meaty stuff that's in there, and and the Gwendolyn storyline, which involves David meeting Cody. So that kind of, I don't know how much that continues afterwards, if it continues afterwards, but we're guaranteed to get some talking head interviews from Cody where he sticks his foot in the mouth related to David.
Right. Well, because from what I understand, that first meeting between David and Cody, there were some sparks flying. So you have a conflict embedded in that too. So
yeah.
We'll
So
see how it goes.
There'll be enough this season, and because they are already starting to shoot the next season, they might let that one be what it is, like if there's no more drama, whatever, we already started, we're committed to it, and we'll let people, this is a good one, so people will stay with us one more year, and then we have to find another show, James.
Yeah. Got to start doing other stuff. Oh, speaking of which, what do you have coming up as far as your what should folks be looking forward to this week from you?
That is a very good question. On my sub channel, which is Reality TV Breakdown, you can see my Welcome to Plathville stuff. And my goal, because I was out of town and got way behind, my goal is to finish editing last week's video before tomorrow night at 10 p.m. when the next episode comes out. I also have another video. Interestingly, you brought up Joy Behar interview. I came across it. I'd never seen it before. And I came across that one last week. So I did kind of a reaction video to the Joy Behar video in terms of like what didn't age well and why can't Cody answer questions. And then that's when I got on the tangent about ROBYN, went down a couple different rabbit holes during it. So it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It was meant to just be a review of Joy Behar's, which is only like a 5-minute clip. Somehow the video was over an hour when I had to start editing, and now there's pauses and everything in there. But yeah, I really kind of went off the deep end. I'm like, I don't know how much of it I'll keep in, but I'm going to get that edited so everybody can be watching for that this week, as well as Tuesday and Thursday. I will be live as we're reviewing season 18, because season 19 is going to be dropping soon. We don't know exactly when. And I want to complete season 18. So they're definitely going to be overlapping, but I don't want to only be like 4 episodes in when we're starting on episode 1 of the other season. So to do that, I'm trying to, and I have, another weekend coming up and some things that are going to take me away on the weekends. So I'm trying to do, if I can, up to 3 lives a week for us to go through all these episodes. We have gotten 3 of them so far. So Tuesday will be episode 4 of season 18 review. Yeah. So join us and tell us what you're doing, James.
Okay. This week, just to let everybody know, and I'm sorry to tell you at the last minute, but I won't be able to do next week. So I have to take next week off. But in the interim, I've released videos about Cody and ROBYN talking about their image and how they're being perceived on TLC. Cody's complaining about the 20 hours. You only know me for 20 hours out of 365 days a year. And I do a response to that. And I'm talking about like where he was versus where he is now.
Yeah.
I have a video, which is already out. I have a video out as well talking about ROBYN and a lot of what we talked about tonight, as well as some additional thoughts. I'm going to release a video. I'm going to release some videos all week, shorter form videos all week. So I have a video coming out about Mary that I
Mhm.
wanted to talk about, some things, just addressing where she is and like, her image and how she's perceived and that kind of thing. So I'll be
Mhm.
talking about that this week. But I finally started adding to my new channel, which is my take on family law. So I have a
Mhm.
video up on that. You're invited to go check it out. And this particular video that I have up now is about a what is that video? Ooh, I don't even remember my own video. That's terrible.
I've I've been there.
Yeah, right. I got that Codyitis.
I did that in my last live, and I'm like, well, and make sure you check out the last video because I talked about this. That video was on what was the topic of it? I'm like,
Right.
I just went, I don't know, guys, just go to the channel and look.
I'm about 2 steps off of who am I? What am I doing here? Oh, this video, the video I have out now is called Kia Boys. Like it's basically a young man is caught stealing. He's out with his girlfriend and her friends. They are driving around. Their phones are supposedly dead. His car breaks down. And instead of him trying to find another way to get home, he decides that based off of his social media influence, that he can steal a Kia because there's some guys named the Kia Boys. They teach you how to break into Kias and steal Kias easily. So he
Mhm.
steals the Kia, and what I showcase on that episode is the actual sentencing hearing because he pleads guilty, and the judge actually gives a little twist in her sentencing where she tells him that she's going to break up his relationship. It's part of his condition of parole. He can't be out. He has to stop talking to his girlfriend, so he can't contact his girlfriend no
Ah,
more. So I have a whole bunch
interesting.
of commentary on that. So
I gotta
yeah,
watch that because I own a Kia.
yeah,
I know and I didn't know when I bought the Kia that they were easy to steal, but my year isn't. But like, how are thugs gonna know that my year?
yeah,
They
yeah.
look the
They
same.
might try. Yeah,
Like they're just like, oh, it's a Kia SUV. Yeah, let's get. They're gonna smash the window and then realize they can't get it. That they have a new
right,
special lock system on it to like take care of that. But I'm like, I'm still gonna have to get the window replaced.
right. Well, because here's the thing with the little public service announcement.
All right.
Uh Kia actually offers a fix to the malfunction that they have, the vulnerability that they have. So if you
Oh,
have
for the
a
older ones.
Kia,
Okay.
yeah, and it's vulnerable and it's in that in those vulnerable years, you
Uh-huh.
can take it back to the manufacturer and they will fix that vulnerability
Oh, that's good to
for you.
know. The more you
Yeah.
know.
Yep. See?
I should put a
Oh, and
sticker on my driver window that says, "This is this
this
is a
isn't the year,
2022.
right?
Please don't attempt. You won't be able to get
Don't
me."
break my stuff.
That's right.
Or just put on it, park it in your yard, and just leave on there. I know, I know a guy who had a sign on his. He had a bit of an estate. He had a big property,
Mhm.
and he had on his fence. He said that the average person from my front door to the gate can make it. Running full speed can make it there in 5 seconds. My dog can make it in 2.3. Like, yeah, but I'll be dropping a video. I'll be releasing more videos onto that channel. My next video is actually going to be about a young man who does like noise pollution in his neighborhood. He has like a big truck, and the neighbors are complaining, and they file a harassment because they complained to his father, and the father ignored it. So it's a little bit of like just how to move wrong in the streets. Like he
Mm,
goes down and approaches these older people, like they're seniors, and he goes down and approaches these older people, start kind of threatening them a little bit,
mm.
and just how not to do, like, don't do that. And then there's also the component where the father is in court saying that his son would never do that and is denying everything, even though they have it on tape. So I'll be
Ah,
reacted to that.
that'll be good too.
Yeah, but before we go, want to make sure I get this last super chat,
Ah,
$20 super chat from Lizzie B in the house.
Lizzie.
For this season, I want to see Robyn applying for job. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Lizzie said, for this season, I want to see Robyn applying for jobs and getting interviewed. I want to see a beauty makeover, a vacation, Cody trying something new like baking or helping out in a soup kitchen or around the house. TLC needs to step up. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you, Lizzie B.
That's
I
right.
agree with you. I don't think that any of those dreams are going to come true, though, if I'm honest with you. I don't think we're going to see any of that. But let me give you a super thanks. That would be cool if he helped out and did some volunteer work and actually put foot to ass when it came to actually doing some positive things. Again, those things would help with your image. You guys are watching.
Yeah.
As far as Robin getting a job, taking responsibility, she has a job. She shoots for TLC. But before we go, I want to make sure that we give a huge shout out to our mods holding
Yeah.
it down. I have Lizzie B. I saw Rochelle J in. I think J Baby's also in. That's who I have.
We have Lynn Skinner and Lori Carrot over on this end. Thank you, gals.
Yeah, holding it down. Thank you guys so much. And I also appreciate everybody keeping it positive and funny and light in the chat.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's so important. And it really helps us out because if we had to go in and try to, moderate the chat and correct problems in the chat, that would kind of slow the show down. It'd be just terrible for everybody. So you guys are actually helping the show out a lot by being super cool and chill in the chat. So thank you very much for that.
Yes.
But that's all I have. Is that all you have?
That's all I have.
All right, guys. Thank you all so much for coming out and enjoying this beautiful Sunday with us. My name is James. That's my take on reality, and I'm with
Jenny from Senior Perspective.
Thank you so much. Make sure you check our videos for this week. We have some stuff coming out. Make sure you hit them again. My additional channel is called My Take on Family Court. And what's your channel, your additional channel?
Reality TV Breakdown.
There you go. All right. If you're not yet subscribed, subscribe. All right, guys. Thanks. Have a great night. See you later.